Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, one and all. Hello, hello, hello. How the diddly devily are you all today? Oh, dear me. Oh, what a morning already. What a morning. We'll say some hellos. Good morning, James, if you are still here. First thing this morning when I tagged it going live. Good morning, cows. Looking for the dolphins. A little bit of fishy shenanigans. Shenanigans? Shenanigans, something like that. Morning, LD. Andy's going to soap himself up after hearing how we're going live. There we go. Just don't rub it too much. And we have Sebastian. Good morning, Seb. Good morning, morning, one and all. Well, I was going to go live this morning because I was ready at 8:45. So I've been ready for about just over an hour. But I had two customers call me yesterday to say, morning, Sparta. Two customers yesterday to say they wanted to come first thing this morning. So one of them is picking some data. I need to copy some data up. It's a data recovery job. And he was due at between 9 and 9:15. Now 10 o'clock and he's not here. So he's not going to be able to wait while he gets it done now if he does come. And the other one is bringing a PC who wanted it looked at whilst he waited. So that's another reason why I didn't stream, and he's not showing up either. And then we had another one last night who texted me 6 or 7 times, I'm on my way, I'm coming now. And when I texted him an hour and a half later, I said, have you got lost? Just no reply. I don't know if it's common courtesy, common decency, or whether I'm old-fashioned, but do you know if you make an appointment with somebody, turn up, or have the decency to say, I don't want you sat there wasting your time. Or whether it's because I'm tired and grouchy and grumpy this morning. I know how Andy feels some days when he's a bit and a bit grumpy. Yeah, a bit bizarre this morning. But hey, we move on. Hope everyone's doing well. It's very Wednesday-ish today. Is it Wednesday? It is Wednesday today. It's absolutely, look out the window, absolutely teeming it down with rain. Freezing cold. It must be, I don't know, 10, 11 degrees, something like that. I was thinking I could have gone out for a run this morning. That's what's probably annoyed me more. I thought, shall I just do a quick run? I thought, no, they're coming. I'll do that. We are where we are. But anyway, and then on top of the tribulations of yesterday of trying to deal with customers who couldn't remember passwords and couldn't remember email addresses and things like that. I don't know. I might just buy some fish and see if I can turn them into a supper for 5,000 people or turn some water into wine, because I do feel like I need to perform miracles some days. But anyway, we are getting on. So we'll give you a quick rundown of what's happening today. We've got one on the bench. We need to see if we get this working. This is Windows 7, not in English. Again, I don't speak any of the languages, so they didn't tell me it weren't in English. So it's going to be a tricky one because I can't even read what it says on the screen, which is good. So we've got this one to do. After that, we've got an AIO, which is sat over here. We've got a big portable hard drive, mains powered hard drive, which has been dropped off, which is not working. If we can't get this one on the bench working, we're going to see if we can get this one working, because either way, same customer, they need to have those. We've got some parts turning up for a gaming PC. It's had the RAM in it. The RAM turned up yesterday, just waiting for a GPU to turn up for that one. And then whatever else turns up, if they turn up, you know what it is. Morning, Jasmine. Good morning. So we are going to have a bit more of a chilled, relaxed one. Google Lens that I've used to save me multiple times. I've used Google Lens. I mean, the thing is, it's a while since I've used Google 7. No, other one, Windows 7. So as much as I'm familiar with things, I'll go like the password didn't work yesterday. So I'm assuming what it was telling me is that I had the wrong password. I think it's German or something. I don't know. And then customer's password would not work. So I'm going to have to bypass password. But this is why I'm looking at it. I think it's a heating problem. It's loading into Windows up to desktop screen, fine, just can't put a password in. When I boot into a memory stick to load the OS to remove the password, it's then crashing like a heat problem. So we're going to strip this down and just check this for heat problems to see if it is that. If it is that, brilliant. If not, we're going to use the Dell, which is on the shelf, and do it that way. So we will strip this one down to start with, see where we go, see what's what, see where we go, and see how things pertain. I have got as well. Ooh, there is another one under here. We did start this actually very late on the stream the other day, remember, and the BIOS chip were buried right down there under there. We actually unsoldered the BIOS chip. We hot aired the BIOS chip off. We ripped the BIOS off it, sent it over to Lead Farmer on Discord. He rewrote the BIOS, and the computer was still having the same issue. So what I'm going to try to do on that is heat up and reflow the chipset, because it might be a chipset. I'm also going to try and swap in the CPU on that one as well, see if that solves the problem. If it doesn't, it's a second gen Intel system. I think I don't really want to invest any more time in it, and I don't think the customer will want me to invest any more time in it either. So so that just might be a case of we'll retire that one for the greater good, but we'll see how that one goes. Let's see if we can take this one to pieces and see where we go. Screwdriver, screw in there. I am getting to grips with my as I say that and I spin it the wrong way, I'm getting to grips with this. So we had, if anybody joined in the other day for the call centre one, God, these glasses are filth, can't see. He called me back Monday after the stream had finished. And I was out walking the dog actually. I took the dog out as soon as I finished on stream. And it just came through as a mobile number, so I answered it as I would with any business call I answer, PC repairs. And he said, "Hello, brother, it is Hassan." I went, and I thought, oh, damn, I don't really want to talk to him because I'm not geared up for this because I wanted to do it on stream. I thought I would give you a call. I went, "Have you spoke to me before?" He went, "Spoke to you the other day. We had a good laugh. We had a connection." I went, "I don't remember you. When was it? Last week?" I went, "I was on holiday last week. It wasn't me. It must have been my business partner." "No, it was you." I went, No. We have the same telephone and everything else. I was on holiday last week, so you didn't speak to me." "No, it was you." I said, "It wasn't me." I says, "He was filling in for me." I says, "He's a dolphin trainer. Did he mention it?" "Yeah, that was him. I went, "Yeah, he likes to tell everyone he's a dolphin trainer." I says, "Not really." I says, "He works at SeaWorld. He cleans penguins out." I says he's been working on an app with some universities actually called Dolphin Gemini. Thanks to Hot Cows for this. Morning Farm Tech. Morning Farm Tech. Oh, we've got a subscription. I can't see what it is because I can't see. It's Gold Lounge. Good morning. Thank you very much for subscribing. 984 subs. We are chasing the magic 1,000, and we can see. Where's my camera? No, that side, isn't it? Oh, it's up here somewhere. I still can't get orientation there. 984. We are chasing 1,000. So thank you. 16 to go. So anyway, I see. Yeah, he's working with a few universities around the world to translate Dolphinique. And if you want to look up Dolphin Gemma, Dolphin Gemma, it is an actual real thing. What Hot Cows sent me a link to. It's a real thing where they're trying to translate through AI the sounds dolphins make. This were all after the fact that Cows sent me this. They're actually trying to translate the sounds they make into a language so they can then play it back and actually properly have a communication conversation. So I said, "No, have a look at it. So he must have done it online. He went, "Oh, is he doing that?" He says he was. He says he was speaking to dolphins. I said, "Yeah, he's like that all the time." I said, "But he just works at SeaWorld. He cleans penguins out." I said, it's a bit pie in the sky. So I kept him on the phone for 10 minutes. I said, "Anyway, what do you want?" He said, "Well, I thought we had a connection. I thought we were getting along and everything else." I says, "Did he buy anything from you?" I said, "Please don't tell me." But he was going to buy 10 card machines. I went, 10 card machines? I said, "What's that for?" I said, is that birthday or Easter? He went, no, credit and debit card. So I had a bit of a one. I said, look, I'm going to have to go. I said, I can't talk to you now. I said, but please do ring back. I said, because I'm actually out. I said, I'm out walking dogs at the moment. Oh, have you got a dog? I said, yeah, I've got 10 of them. I said, they're all Great Danes. I says, if you don't know what Great Dane, probably one of the biggest dogs, I'm sure you will. I said, we've got 10 of them. I says, they're just really difficult. I said, they're a cross between a Great Dane and a Chihuahua. I said, they look really, really funny. I said, they've got really long legs, but a tiny body. I said, so if you can imagine 4 foot high legs, but the body's really compact, it's a tiny Chihuahua body on really long legs. I said, you can only imagine what they would look like. I said, so they've got really long legs. It's a nightmare trying to wash them. I said, but good thing is when they eat, they don't eat a great deal of food because they've got a small body. So I went on with this anyway. I said, I've just got to go. I said, but please ring me back. I says, I should be free on Wednesday or Thursday. Give me a call then. So hopefully, oh, 985, 15 to go. I don't know who that other sub was. I missed that one. So sorry, guys. Missed that one, whoever that was who subbed. I said, so hopefully, he should be calling back. So we might get a part 2. Dirt Diggler, PC Dirt Diggler repairs might make another appearance, and we might get another one. But if we get any other scam calls, we'll see how it goes. My intent is, if we do get any scam calls, what we will do is we'll put it out to chat. So we'll have an agreement. Anything that you put in chat, I've got to try and get into conversation. So we'll work like that, because it just might be a bit of fun for us to see how well we go on there. Morning, Roderick. Good morning, and morning, Sean. We've got some bodies in this morning. Hope everyone's feeling a bit Wednesday-ish. Like I was saying, I were feeling a little bit, you just feel a little bit sometimes. But I think the mood, excuse me, the mood does pick up. Feeling a bit tired, really. Let's see if we can get that one out. We do zoom down a bit, so we've got a bit of better kill. So yeah, story behind this one is Windows 7, and it's just not coming. It's just not staying on when it's under any serious load, like an operating system actually booted and whatnot. So we're going to strip it down, give it a clean, put new thermal paste in, and see if that improves the issue. If it doesn't, and we think it's something else, we have another laptop on the shelf which we're just going to transfer the drive into and work from there. Still don't know whether I'm really getting used to this new screwdriver or not. I'm not loving it. I know Uncle Sorin loves his, and JFix as well, but yeah, I'm not loving it. It's one of these, it's an ES165. The hassle I've gone through to try and get hold of this as well, with the company, well, arguing that they said they delivered it and whatnot. I'm just not, I don't know. It's good quality and whatnot. It reminds me of a lightsaber from Star Wars. Just not loving the action, but I think that's probably me rather than anything else. So ASL I went to, it said it was delivered and it wasn't delivered. They've argued and argued. It took a month. Anyway, I ended up taking it back to card issuer and just saying they've not delivered it. They're admitting that Royal Mail's delivered it a distance away. So the card issuers refunded me and then contacted me the other day and said, well, we're going to put that refund on hold because they've said they've delivered it. And I went, well, they say they've delivered it to the wrong address. So it's irrelevant where they say that they've delivered it to. If they've delivered it to the wrong address, which isn't my address, they need to deliver it to my address, and they've not delivered it to my address. Quite frankly, I'm not going to jump through any more hoops for this company because the customer service was pretty darn pants. And I wasn't overly impressed, which is RC Hobbies in, I think, Southampton, somewhere like that. They're not south coast of England. Not a million miles away from me, but you just think, why? Why not just treat customers fairly and treat customers right? Why make it their issue? Oops. Oh, hey. Right, so we can push this out. We're going to try and disassemble Johnny number 5 here. I've got to pull that off with. Yeah, pull it off with that. So we had JFix streaming again last night. That's a couple of streams in a couple of weeks now for James. It's like he's a full-time streamer. He's got a new lease of life. If anyone didn't catch it, it was a really good stream. He was mending the... I'm going to stab myself with this, aren't I? He was trying to mend the power meter that he started on his first stream the other day. Well, not his first stream, but his first stream in a while the other day. And he bought a new Raspberry Pi for it. That's a bit tight. And because he'd shorted it, he'd put the polarity the wrong way on the load. Connected his load up, put polarity wrong way. Oh no, sorry. He'd put his input voltage, because it's a power meter for screen by Mainboard Medic, which is a cracking piece of kit. Please check it out if you want a on-screen power meter, a power meter which will display either in your hand or on screen. It's an inline one, so even on a standard power supply you can use it. So anyway, James had because the thing he was using wasn't polaritied up correctly, he'd connected polarity incorrect, which had blown the Raspberry Pi, which is on board this meter, and also a little controller chip, and I think it also maybe blown a cap or a resistor. I can't quite remember the first video. So he ordered the parts came, thought he'd put them on in the unit last night, did that and connected his test load up to it and connected his polarity wrong. So actually what was interesting, it blew a track rather than the unit. So the track ended up... Leo, good morning, Leo. Morning, Leo. So yeah, there was a track on the back of the board, which acted like a fuse, and it melted the track, because obviously the current going through it, because he put the polarity of the load wrong. So it did that, which was fortunate. Safety measure what Mainboard Medic had obviously built in. So I think he ended up getting it working, but he was trying to calibrate it, I think, at the end. I was falling asleep, not because it was boring, just because it was late. So it's a good watch, so please check it out. James needs to do more live streams as well. Okay, so I think that is all the screws out of this. This is going to be one of these. I bet you've got to take the keyboard out of this. Oh, 987, wow! 13 to go. 13 more subs to go, wow. Wow, I wonder when I'll hit the 1,000 subs. Don't think it'll be this week unless we have an absolute storming day today. You can never see what's gonna happen with subs. Some days you can I can trigger, I don't know, 20 subs, 30 subs. Some days you don't trigger any. I think it all depends on how YouTube's feeling, really. It depends how many people it pushes it out to. But 987 subs, wow. The magic 1,000 looms. I have got a plan for when I do hit 1,000, just as a thank you to subscribers. We're going to have some giveaways and some bits and bobs. Nothing too elaborate, guys, because I'm not Mr. Beast, but just as a bit of a thank you. So you've got to be in it to win it, as they say. Morning, Mookie. Oh dear, I have to drop my. There it is. Morning, Mookie. Dabatron. Good morning. AMEA1. This is old. It is old. Story behind this. It's in fairness, I'll tell you full story behind this because it's probably a bit more interesting. Oh, this is the customer's actual laptop, and we did look at this one the other day. So if you think the first one's old, wait until you see this one. It's even older. This is a Sony Vaio. Oh, we've got one, Mason. That Mason Burgess, thank you very much for the subscription. What are we on now? 988. Oh my golly gosh. Good morning. Thank you very much for the subscription. We are aiming for the 1,000, so 988 is amazing. I'm going to put a hand under there. Thank you very much. 12 to go. Cracky. I might do it. This week. Might do it. So I'm not going to get too excited. Oh, press one button. I'm not going to get too excited, but you all know I will. So this was the original one running Windows Vista, which is, I'm trying to find model number. If you do want to search model number, that's the original one, PCG 3A1M. And they were very popular in the day, these. But unfortunately, this has met its maker. it was taking current. It's not taking current. There was a static current draw of 1.6 amps. We did have a look at it quickly on, well, we spent a couple of hours on stream Monday, Tuesday, I can't remember, Tuesday I think it was, or maybe Wednesday, I can't remember. No, it's Wednesday, Monday. What we decided on stream was, with the time it would take to repair this, it's probably not going to be viable or economical to do. So, with it being a Windows Vista machine, we needed some similar age to be able to run the software and everything else, because there was no point going too new, because Windows 7's probably, because it's Windows 7 on the hard disk, is not going to support the newer hardware, and they cannot move from Windows 7. So they've got to stay on that. So we needed something similar age to give us a fighting chance to find drivers and just see if we can get it working. So there's this and there's a Dell. So hence why we are where we are with this one now, to try and find get this one working. Even older, but that is cool. Yeah, it's not actually the oldest one. We did a Windows 98 machine where he brought three Windows 98 machines, a desktop and 2 laptops. The guy's actually back at the moment. This one here is the same customer. Well, the Windows 98 one. This one here, what we looked at on stream the other day, this is a 2nd gen Intel. What we looked at on stream the other day, what we took the BIOS chip off the board, reflashed the BIOS, put the BIOS chip on, still not working. So we are going to be looking at that one as well, just to see if we can repair chipset or maybe swap CPU. Just see if we can ring that. But he's the same. He needs that. He's a surveyor, and he's got some surveying software on that, so he can't move the software across basically because the company doesn't exist. What he got the surveying software off, which is, I won't say it's mega common, but it's pretty common, certainly for smaller businesses. God, this keyboard's tight. There is. If you're not used to taking these off, let me see if I can zoom in. Might be better on microscope here. Flip this over to microscope, and I'll see if I can show you what we're doing. On these older laptops, you get a little, bang a bit of light down there. You get a little push thing on the keyboard. Can you just see that there? You can see it just coming in and out. And that's basically a locking tab. You've got the frame of the keyboard here. You can see here, and then there's a cutaway where this goes in. So you need to push that out of the way, and there'll be several across there's another one there. So you push them out of the way, and what it does, it kind of releases see the bottom piece, see it pushing over there, so it releases the keyboard underneath. So whilst you're doing that, you then need to get something nice and thin in to lift it, push that out of the way, and do that. So it's a bit, it's not finicky, but it's just a bit awkward sometimes to do. They don't do these now because I prefer these because keyboards are easier to swap. The new ones are kind of moulded into top, and I have got one of them. We didn't end up doing it, repaired his keyboard, where you've got to basically dig in front back and then cut the keyboard out and fit a new keyboard. These are okay, but again, what some manufacturers did, they used to put double-sided tape on the underside of this keyboard, which stuck it down to the frame. So even when you've got these up, you then had to bend the keyboard trying to get it out, which is no good if you want to retain the keyboard. Let's have a look. What do you think the problem is? With which one? With this one, I think this one's an overheating problem with this one. It loads into the Windows screen, but we need to reset the password because the customer can't remember the password for the disk. So I loaded Windows PE environment to remove the password. It loads into that, but after about 20 seconds of loading, the computer just shuts off like it's overheating. Fans are running, so I'm going to strip this down, give it a thermal service, clean it off, see if that repairs it. If it repairs it, brilliant. If it doesn't, we're going to move on to the Dell, which is same scenario, which should be working, and put the drive in there and then configure it and get it all working on there for and get it there. Third gen Intel. Yeah, my server I've only just got rid of was actually an old fourth gen i5 actually. I've just got rid of that. The only reason I moved on from it is because of power efficiency. I've moved on to a N700, Intel N700, I think it is, or something like that. Because all it works is it's a router / VPN / server that I've built, which sits upstairs. It's actually a small form factor one I've done now, with additional RAID bay connected to it. So it's a small form factor PC rather than a big ATX case like my old one was with drives in. This is a small form factor one, a small NAS RAID array for backup, which is available as a off-site backup as well as on-site, so I can access it, which is independently powered, which overall has cut my energy usage by about 80%.
Oh, you!
Doesn't seem like quite a lot, but it is. Never mind that. The scammer call back. What happened? Morning, Chaz. You missed it, Chaz. Sorry, Chaz. I was saying I will quickly run down for you. If anyone doesn't know, have a look. I think I posted a video on Saturday of a live call scam we got last week whilst I was streaming. I get a lot of calls, but this was a scammer. So we had a bit of a wind up, and there's a dolphin theme in there where I was talking dolphin eat to him, or trying to teach him dolphin eat, and we wound him up on stream for about 20 minutes or so. So in fairness, it was the chat thought it was really, really funny. So I produced a video, which is on my channel if you want to have a look at it. So he called back Monday after stream, Chaz, cows, and I answered the phone because it came through as a mobile number as a business call, and then he went, "Oh, I spoke to you the other day, brother." I went, "It's Hassan," and I says, "Probably not me." And I thought, I'm out with dog. I'm not really ready for this. I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it on stream. I said, "Well, I think you didn't speak to me. You spoke to my business partner." No, it was you. We had a good laugh. I thought we had a real strong connection. I went, no, I wasn't here last week. I says, it would have been my business partner. I was away. I says, what did he tell you he did? He says, oh, he told me you were a dolphin trainer. I went, yeah, he's just kidding you. I said, he works at SeaWorld. He cleans penguins out. I says, don't believe him. I says, but he is working on a translation piece of software with a university called Dolphin Gemma, all thanks to cows. And he must have Googled it and looked at it. Anyway, we got on about that. I says, he says, yeah, we're trying to talk talk dolphin eek and whatnot. I says, yeah. I says, he does that. I said, but just don't believe him. I says, all he does is clean penguins out at SeaWorld. I says, but he is into dolphins and whatnot. So I had a bit of a laugh. I says, he didn't buy anything from you. He says, yeah, he was going to buy 10 card machines. These are debit and credit card machines, because he was trying to sell me all this financial stuff. I says, oh, he didn't buy 10, did he? I says, yeah. I says, oh, no. I says, is it birthday, Christmas or Easter? He went, no, it's debit and credit cards. Because if you watch the video back, guys, he says, are you interested in a card machine? I said, oh, I could do a birthday one. Well, who do you use? Funky Pigeon. And then we use Moonpig, which are 2 online card things. So anyway, cut a long story short, cows. I then said I were out with dog. He asked me what dog I had. I said I had 10 Great Danes, but they were crossed with Chihuahuas, so they've got really long legs like giraffes, but tiny little bodies. I think I mentioned about poo and whatnot as well, picking up after them. It's not too bad because they're only small. Anyway, we digressed a lot. You'll get the gist of it when you watch if anybody watches the first video. I'm good at kind of fabricating crap. And taking him down an avenue, and I just said to him, I said, look, I'm busy now because I'm out with dogs, but give me a call back Wednesday, Thursday, because I should, I should be free. I wonder if you can scam the scammers. That could be a good idea. Looks like my telling ground. Probably does, Tom. Actually, probably does. Yeah. So I could be the dirt diggler, the real-time penguin cleaner upper / Miami, Florida and Grimsby dolphin trainer. Or I could be a computer repair guy. Don't know. PC dirt diggler to the rescue again. So that's where that is. But if he calls back, I'm going to try and get it on stream again. Or, like we were saying, if another one calls, we'll get them live like I did with that one, and chat can put things in chat, what they want to, occupation, what we want to get into their song lyrics, a type of food, asking questions, whatever, and we'll try and make it a bit more interactive with chat as well. It all depends on whether we can keep them on the hook, because some of them don't stay on the hook, so it's going to be a case of that. But we'll certainly give it a shot if we get any spam calls today, and whilst I'm streaming, we'll do that going forward. But anyway, we digressing here. We're going to set this keyboard out now and see where we go. But it was quite funny. But if you've not seen the video, guys, check it out. It's one of my VODs. on that. I don't put too many VODs out. I put it out for members, and then it went public a couple of days after. So we're going to try and get a couple of these little juicy things in here to try and lift this keyboard out. This keyboard has been out before. It's just going to see if we can get it down here. Get that one pushed along as well. Oops, no, that's the case. The reason why I'm taking keyboard out, if you're wondering, is because often what there is then screws underneath the keyboard holding the shell in. But the trick with this is getting the keyboard out in one piece without breaking any of the keys and popping them off. And if it is stuck down, it's going to be really, really awkward. There we go. So I freed that up, so we'll get another spudger in there just to give it a little bit of tension away. That one's off. So as you can see now, we are moving along. Once you've got it started, it's generally a little bit easier. And then another one there. So we need to get the sides. That side's lifted. That side's lifted. So we're out. Ah, dear me. What time is it in CA, Michael? What's it? California? Is California? Oh no, CA. I don't know what's CA. I'm sure I must be zombified. Morning, MDL. PCD. I've a i3-CQ58 faulty board. If you can fix it, be faster than this AMD one. It's not relevant, if I'm being honest, but thank you, Mookie. It's just because the customer just needs something to get her disk up and running because she's got business software in here that she can't buy again. So that is the only reason we are attempting this. As such, I would normally say let's not bother, but it's important for data. I'm just going to give this a quick vacuum out, but the vacuum is noisy, so I'm going to put you on mute a second. At least I'm not deafening you. Yeah. Maybe I will if I hit button again. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so that's the only reason I'm going to do this one, Mookie, is just for the fact that it's the data and the software which is important rather than the hardware. So that's kind of the purpose behind getting this one done, and see if we can get it back up and running. She keeps all the client information, client database, and everything else on here. And from the sounds of it, there was no backup either, which is quite often unfortunate for small businesses. Leo, sorry about that. What did I miss? Is this an old laptop? It is JFix. Yeah. We have got lots of commands.
PCDD, little shit.
As MDL has just highlighted. If you put exclamation command in chat, CMD, exclamation CMD, CMD with an exclamation at the beginning, you'll get a list of full commands. Sorry, James, it moved on really quick there. I think I'm on top chat rather than live chat. Let me change that to live chat, because I might be missing some chat. That might be why people are putting oi. There you go. You'll see commands coming through. What are those sounds? They are all my commands. I need to put another one for dolphins, don't I? Definitely need another one for dolphins. Morning, Pitco. And if I missed anyone else, good morning, James. Cracking stream last night, James. Really enjoyed that. I was just explaining the stream to anybody who'd not seen it, and suggest they go over and give it a quick watch. Ain't seeing anything. Let me try it myself. CMD. I am having problems with, yeah, it's not working. We have a selection of commands. I don't know why they're not working. We got magic smoke. We've got a selection of commands. We've got exclamation. They're all preceding with exclamation. So we've got ship. We've got oi. We've got idiot. We've got, what else we got? Carthor. We've got Grabby Dabby. We've got Juiced. Not seen Juiced in a long time, actually.
He's a good girl.
And we've got quite a few other bits and bobs ones there as well. We've got
Soft kitty.
Soft kitty.
Warm kitty.
We've got idiot.
I'm an idiot.
Yeah, I know.
You're no friend.
We've got...
Shut your mouth!
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm an idiot! Oh, no!
Oh, no.
Triggered quite a lot. There we go. Oh no, oh no, oh no. We've got a lot.
you!
We've got a lot. We've got a lot. Looney.
You're a loony.
And
Yeah.
when the doctor said I didn't have
got
one
Liz!
anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
PCDD, you little shit. There we go.
But I'm so confused.
Yeah, too many. I've got about 40 or so, but they should all come on with... Oh, we've got 11. Thank you, whoever that was who just subbed. Didn't get a notification. So I've got a big problem with OBS and Streamlabs, just not telling me notifications. So do apologise if I'm missing subs, but 989, 11 to go until 4 digits. Oh my God. Getting quite excited, and I promised I won't. If anybody's seen the video where JDT, Joey, comes in for the very first time, I got really excited with that, even knocked the microphone off. But we get all the greats in here. We've had Joey in several times, done a collab with Joey. Been on Joey streams a couple of times. We get JFix, who I've done a couple of collabs with as well. Sorin, Uncle Sorin comes in to give me a few shouts out on his channel. Nano, Zach. So we do get a load of people, as well as all the amazing other community as well, which are far too many to mention, but so many. So I don't think there's anything else on here we need to take. We just have to get inside. So I'm hoping. Morning, Bristech. What's the fault with this laptop? Go on, James. Have you really bad? Problem with this one is it's a Windows 7 machine. Do you know the Sony one we did the other day? What was really defunct? We're going to try and get the hard drive out of the Sony working in here, because the hard drive works, but it's a Windows 7 operating system, so I can't put it in anything too new, because it just won't recognise drivers and we just won't stand a chance getting it working. So I'm after something similar age of what works, so she can use it, get a business data sorted, run a business until they migrate to a new operating system or a new... Still not wanting to come out that. Ah, there's one more screw hidden. Brilliant. Black screws on black plastic. So it's the problem with this is put that little screw there. It's booting up to the Windows logo screen, but lady can't remember the correct password. So we need to boot into Windows PE for me able to reset it. When I boot into Windows PE and it actually gets into a desktop environment, it shuts off. So I'm thinking it's like a heat issue. But until I can get into it and check, so we're just going to do a thermal clean and a thermal service, and then see how we go from there on. We've got a touchpad connected under here, so don't pull that off too much, you nugget. That one there. There we go. Any more? Oh, we've got one more sat here. Some are connected, some aren't. So there we go. We're now off. So that's the base of that one. Not too bad. I will try password one. She's actually given me the password, in fairness, Tom, and it's not. It's a complicated password, but it's not working. And I think the laptop hard drive, the version of Windows, is in German or something. I don't recognise the language. It looks either German or maybe Ukrainian or Russian or something, because there's a few alternate letters in there, but kind of language itself looked like German, but I only saw it log on screen as such, so I don't know. So I can just simply reset it. That's going to be the easiest thing for me to do, is just get the password hive file, reset it, and work from there. So, but it's then just a case of seeing if I can get a laptop working for her. So at least she's mobile and she's got something to actually use and operate. And just connect all these bits. This is probably the hard drive down here. Yeah, that's the hard drive caddy. We've got a couple of speakers. I do like working on older laptops. They're just a bit more aesthetically pleasing to look at. And because I always forget where the screws go, I'm just going to put a great big blob of permanent marker on the board. There's only 2 screws in this, so I shouldn't forget that. I'll just drop the permanent marker on me. 989, 11 to go. 11 subs until the big 4 digits. Wow. Till party time, guys. Till party time. The plan is when I get to 1,050 subs, is to I'm going to come out. Is to do the prize draw, and see and for the subscribers, to say thank you and give something back. And there might be a couple of honourable mentions there for some of the long-serving members as well, to see what's what and where we are. There we go. Oh, that's the hard drive. What was that one then? Oh, CD-ROM. That one's CD-ROM. So I'm hoping if we can do this. Ooh, battery looks a bit swollen. We'll sling that to one side. Is the power button on here? There's a power button on the keyboard. No, power button's not on keyboard. Power button will be... don't know. We'll figure it out in a minute. And we need to strip that down and clean it anyway. So we'll get that there. Oh, definitely a little bit dusty. Oh, that's aesthetically pleasing. How do you tell if you have a OX44 command via the PI? Oh, I'm glad somebody else has that. Don't understand all that Pi stuff. Don't really do it. I've used a couple of Raspberry Pis early on, or Raspberry Pis, none of the later stuff, I will stress. Get this chip, heatsink off this chip. I would imagine this has never been touched and never been serviced. So how much are you betting that it's quite... Oh, look at that. Well, that's to coin a phrase, I've got a tiny one. Look at that. It's a small one. Very, very small. Look at size of, look at size of a heatsink compared to chip. So heatsink's this big and chip's that big, which is good to see. Which is really good to see. Let me just check the voltage on that. Yeah, it feels good to clean something that never's been cleaned. I know. Yeah, got a little tiny one. got a little tiny one. I have got a little tiny one. Let's just check the voltage on there. We've got no voltage on there. I know you can't see it on there, but just trust me. We've got no voltage on there. I ain't turned the meter on. So we'll take the battery out as well. We'll recycle that battery and we'll put a new battery in there. Also, this one should have plenty in. That one's got 3.2 or 3.19, so that's fine. We'll sling that in there. So at least we've got a battery now, and we will we'll clean that CPU off. They were just so much more simplistic. We're going to try these new wipes. These are the fabric wipes rather than the Kimtech wipes. Kimtech wipes are basic tissue paper. As you can see, these are like a fabric. I got these the other day off AliExpress, and at the moment they seem, I'm really preferring them. Certainly for cleaning flux up. Did some micro soldering the other day. I think I did it on stream actually. And with the flux, even when the flux gets burnt a little bit when you're using it hot air a while, they still clean it up exceptionally well, and they don't rip or tear. I mean, that's me. That's me trying to do it, and they just work exceptionally well. They're about the same price as well, so they're not even mega expensive. Where's the little brush? That's my PI, and then we're going to just clean. Should we do this under microscope because it's probably the we've got to turn those on. Woohoo! There we go. We've got a bit of thing. And I'm going to change scene. Microscope. There we go. So at least you can see what I'm doing. Probably need a microscope. It's that small. This actually. I don't want to damage any of them little caps around the edge. Tell you what this is. Why this is so small. I know that is an IHS. I was going to say that's probably not got an IHS on it, but it has. That is the IHS, which is integrated heat spreader. So some laptops don't have an IHS, which is basically this top cover. But I think that is an IHS anyway. you'll be used to seeing them on a desktop PC, for example. You'd get a big metal cover over the top of the actual CPU, and that's what you can see. I'm not talking heatsink, I'm talking IHS there, integrated heat spreader, and that sits over the top of the actual CPU silicon chip, and then you put your heatsink on top of that. So that's what you would be used to seeing and things like that. I'm using this fibre brush here just to see if we can loosen some of this. I'm not bothered about it being spotlessly clean, but as long as certainly the dye's nice and clean, that's what I'm really bothered about. And then what we'll do, we'll put the perfect amount of thermal paste on, which is normally too much for most people. People tend to cover it. The beauty about this brush, as opposed to using a toothbrush, because the bristles are like nylon, it's difficult to actually knock things off, plus they get into the gaps a lot easier to clean things off. But just let the chemicals do the work. Again, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Okay, but like these are those cloths, and as you can see, they're just, I don't know, they're wonderful. I can reuse that now. Really good, as opposed to one of the Kimtech wipes. I think there's a £1 difference for the same amount. The fabric wipes being £1 dearer. So yeah, we'll clean the heatsink off next. Oh, that MDAP is slow. Probably doesn't need a bigger heatsink. Yeah, it'll be very, very power efficient. I've been for a tour around Tosca Distillery, very nice. Oh, I've not been to that one. James, you like rum, don't you, James? Brandy and rum and whiskey. Carlsberg is brewed in my town. Enjoyed your stream last night, JFix. Watched it just before bed. I think I may have another no fix on my desk. Oh, what's up with it, Edinburgh? What is it you've got? What's the issue? Not that I mean, I say that with great respect that I wouldn't have a clue how to repair it anyway. Where's that little wipe? I'm just saying I can reuse that. I certainly can. Surprisingly, that heatsink thermal compound there was really quite clean. So we can strip this down. We've got a screw there. Chip wrong side screwdriver, which is always good. Still trying to get all my screwdriver bits in the right place after the customer last week decided he wanted to use all my screwdriver bits and didn't put any of them back in the right place. Customers are wonderful for that. And that was because I refused to work on his laptop. So he worked on it himself, basically, at my desk using my tools. Because I refused to work on it. Not because I didn't want to work on the laptop. I didn't want to do the job for him because he was not a nice man. Which proved it, because he just sat here for 3 hours working on it on his own, didn't have a clue how to do it. He was a doctor. And yeah, just not a nice guy, really. But we're not all created equally, are we? Must be another screw somewhere holding that down there. Is it just glued, do you think? That's coming away there. Let's see if we can slice it. Let's get some sharp implement. Yeah, doctors. I ended up recording him, in fairness, Mookie. I put the camera on, the overhead camera, because it was just not pleasant. And then he refused to leave. And I wouldn't say I physically threw him out the door, but I had to be very forceful to get him out the door. And whatnot. And even to the fact that one of the neighbours who was out stopped what he was doing and was going to come across, because he kind of heard the, I won't say the commotion, but he heard what was going off, which is not pleasant by any stretch of imagination. But I think you guys have been privy to a few customers that I've had where, again, they're not all created equally, and sometimes it's the customer's attitude, not the problem, which is the issue. And customers aren't always right. Some of them are just bullies. And I don't know why that's not coming down. Ah, there's a big pad on the back. There we go. Still doesn't want to come off, does it? Got all the screws out. There's another screw hiding down there. Oh, they're just really stiff. Yeah, that would definitely. How much cooling do you think that would be giving? Look at that. It's got more air on it than me. That's definitely. I mean, fan weren't too bad, but it obviously stopped all airflow there. So I think my view on it might be overheating, even though it don't get very hot. That chip might have been. Ooh, it smells. It's got a whiff of whatever it is. I'm just going to get the Hoover back out, and we'll give that a quick suck off, as the nun said to the priest. I'll just turn the microphone back off because it is noisy. One tick. It's a little bit better. Do like that Hoover. What's kindly bought through donations. Very, very, very nice indeed. Just say you have a personal customer information on display they can't enter due to data protection. Shout until they replace it. Yeah, I never used to, Tom, in fairness. I agree with you. I didn't used to let people in my office. Before I moved here, my office were in a different place in the house because I work from home. Because I've done for a lot of years. And it just seems, where it is now, most customers just want to come in. Which, I don't mind if they show some respect. At my other house, I'll see if I can show you what happened. So let me grab a pen. So where I am now is, this is my house. Okay, this section here is the garage, and I've got half the garage as a office. Okay, so this is a small hallway which goes up to the stairs, and then this is my living room. Okay, down here. So you kind of walk in the front door here. There's a door here into the living room, or it's a small porch, and then the door into the living room here. So most people, because it's at the front, just come straight into my office. That's how I've designed this one. It's not a massive issue. I'd rather they didn't. Not a massive issue, but it is what it is. My old house was laid out quite a bit different. And this is what used to get me with the old house. I'll show you why it was a bit more, I won't say disconcerting, but a little bit more difficult. Because in my old house, we'd have the front of the house like this. We'd have a hallway here, which went up to stairs. We had a dining room here. We had a toilet there. And then my office was actually here. So they had to actually come quite a bit into the house, opposite the living room here. I had customers, one particular customer on this one, I'm talking to him and he stood at my office door, and I used to kind of sit here in my office. So I'm talking to him at the office door. Sorry, he's sat here. Bearing in mind, it's a distance to the front door here. And my front door went, because I work from home, and it went beep boop. I know, oh, somebody's here. He says, it's okay, it'll be me granddad. I went, oh, okay. So anyway, he wanders in, sees us in the office, walks upstairs. I said to him, I went, where's he going? He went, probably going for a look round. I went, he's not going for a bloody look round. It's my house, get him downstairs. Anyway, they didn't speak, well, they spoke other languages, so they spoke another language to each other. And I actually said, look, I said, can you please get him downstairs? He's not having a look round, it's my house. Please, I know, it's fine, he does this. I went, he doesn't do it here. I said, actually, do you know what? I'd like you to leave. I said, I'm not happy with you walking around my house. No, it's fine. I went, no, I'd like you to, because they started arguing with me then, saying it was fine that he should be able to walk around and see where I live. I went, no. And they're talking in something other than English. And I just said, look, I said, I'm not being funny. I ain't got a clue what you're saying. You could be stood there saying, let's come back and rob this house. Let's come back and rob this guy, whatever. I says, I'd like you to leave. They accused me of being racist and xenophobic because I asked him to leave. I said, I'm not asking you to leave because of that. I'm asking you because you're rude. And you've just admitted your granddad is walking upstairs to have a look round my house. I said, I find it really bad-mannered and rude. I said, I'd like you to leave. And they refused to leave. And I said, look, I'm going to give you a choice. I said, you either leave or I will throw you out. I said, don't get me wrong, I will throw you out. So they ended up leaving. But you just think, the cheek of some people. It's clearly my house. I mean, it's not dressed up in any way, shape or form. And to admit I'm going for a look round, it just bewilders me. I just can't get my head around some people's conception of personal space. Crazy. But going back to your question, your thing, Tom. Yeah, I wish I couldn't let people in. Yeah, it's unbelievable. The unbelievable fact of it is that some people, I don't know why, and then because they get challenged on it, and say they accuse me of being racist and xenophobic, and I said I'm not. It's because you're walking around my house, and that. So, which I take disgruntled to as well. But yeah, I don't know. Don't know. We're not all created equally, are we? I would never dream of going to. I mean, you'd never go to. I don't know, Curry's or PC World or any retail shop or any little independent shop or anything like that. And walking behind counter or walking in storeroom at back. There's clear boundaries. I mean, there should be even more boundaries in a personal space, in somebody's home. So, bit strange, but hey. Right, let's get this back on here. I'm hoping. And I put motherboard. Just that motherboard out. Oh, it's a. I know I'll put it somewhere. Please don't adjust your sets. Let's put some extremely good quality thermal paste on. So a little bit of thermal paste. Don't need a lot on here. It is just enough to make contact. That is all you need. Too many laptops I see where they've done a thermal service themselves. You can see the amount I've got there. That's probably a little bit too much. But bear in mind, when it squashes down. You're only filling a gap microns in size. So you don't need a big blob. It doesn't need to cover the entire CPU, green bit, capacitor, board and everything. You just need enough to fill in the gap between one surface and another. And because these heatsinks screw down, they apply enough pressure to be able to do that. We'll get that screwed on there like so. We'll get a screwdriver, which is that one. 1 in, 2 in just to tighten it down. These have numbers on. If you're not sure what these numbers mean, this is the pattern you would screw the screws in, so 3 and 4. Do it your way. I tend to give them all a little nip down first and then go back and just do a few more turns on each one. So you're actually bringing them all down in kind of an equal format until they're all screwed down fully. And then once they're all screwed down fully, they should hit a stop. Most laptops have a stop thing, which is then enough pressure to do it. So we're down on that one. Oh, the postman always goes upstairs for a walk round. I'd be having a word with wife on that one, Michael. Find out why he thinks he can go upstairs. Oh, did I miss some other conversations on there? Tell them you'll deliver it to them once they fix it and then rifle through their trucks. Yeah. I mean, ring twice. Our postman rings twice. I've had a couple. The unfortunate thing is Mookie. I've had a few. Not necessarily because of the colour of the skin, because of their language or things like that. And I think anybody will watch me with customers or even read any of the 500 and odd 5-star reviews that my business has got. And it's me, my business is me, nobody else, will quite frankly appreciate that the few which have accused me is grasping for straws because they're at fault, not me. Doesn't bother me the nationality, the colour of the skin, the gender specifics, anything. If they're an arse, they're an arse. If they're a prat, they're a prat. If they're a nice person, they're a nice person. It makes no difference in the slightest to me. So, yeah. And again, I often play calls and whatnot on here as well. So anybody new to it, if you listen to me on calls, you'll hear how I treat people, how I talk to people. I'm pretty much what it is, what you see, what you get. But hey, right. So we've got that on. We've got this on. Shall we power it and see if we can get into a? I don't know whether it'll be. I think bang a USB in it. I think we could get a picture on USB when I did it the other day, which bit really good. So let me grab a USB. Not a USB. A HDMI. Sorry.
Oh, you!
Oh, you. Oi, what am I missing, Mookie? Thought it would be Amazon drones and silly robot cars, or is it just in LA? Will you please show motherboard? Oh, motherboard part number. I will. Sorry about that. I didn't see that bit. I will show you the motherboard part number. I can find the motherboard part number on this one. It is there. There we go. I'm presuming that's the motherboard part number. Really shaky hands. I will just double check, see if there's anything on the back, but that's the only identification I can see on there. Yeah, nothing I take here, Mookie, but lots of private deliveries like Amazon. Somebody actually took a picture and they posted a picture. I think it was probably fake, of saying that they'd seen one in Northampton, somewhere like that. Can't remember now. But it was one on social media saying that they're out in wild now, basically. I've got that. I'm gonna have to put this back in board actually because I need to make power connection one. Let's just sling it back in case because it'll just be as quick and easy. It's only a couple of more minutes. It was in the news. Yeah, they've started. Do you see the drone ones though? I mean, how realistic is that drone one actually going to be? I mean, if you think about, I don't know, obviously you guys live in a situation, how are they going to deliver it? Like to me, are they going to drop it on drive? How do they know that there's not an obstacle in the way, or I've just had, I don't know, fresh concrete laid and they drop it in the middle of concrete or whatever? There's a lot of scope for it to go wrong. I mean, I must say, I love the idea and the concept, but I just think there's a lot of issues of it going wrong rather than it going right. I mean, is it going to be humans who guide it in? Is it completely AI operated? You know, I do feel that, yeah, whilst it's the way forward. I'll tell you what it was. It wasn't an Amazon drone, what I saw on Northampton one. It was a food delivery one. What somebody said, just spotted this, and it's a food delivery lorry. Food delivery drone, sorry, not a lorry. What they had seen. These are medium screws. Yeah, they are. 2. Oh no, 5s. So they're long ones. Issue solved or not. With this, I don't know yet until we test it. It was cutting out when I booted into an OS like it was heat related. It is an old machine this, but we're only doing this because we need to put a Windows 7 disk in it. So it is just to get the customer back up and running, so they can use the business software rather than anything else. As soon as I've got another whatchamacallit in it, we will know. So we will try our best, see what it is. Screw that down. Done. If not, I've got a Dell sat on the shelf that we can put it in. But the Dell is a bit newer, Windows 10. So if this one works, this one's going to be better because it might just be a bit more compatible. Because the hard drive came out of a Windows Vista machine. That's why we're worried that it'll probably take Windows 7. I don't think we'll get the driver support on Windows 10 for some of the hardware. So whilst we could possibly bodge it, it might take me a lot longer to bodge it and get it working than it will actually just do a thermal service on here. Plus, it would be nice just to get this one so it don't go to landfill. Because that's the other thing. If we can stop things going to landfill, it might be a little bit better. Right, so where's on and off button? It is top left. Is it a... Ah, it's a ribbon cable. That's why I can't find it. So we are going to put that on so we can get to ribbon cable. Get some tweezers. Lift that. Push that in there. That down. Give it a gentle clip. Let's get a power connector. It is the big Dell style. Let's get the power meter on screen. The power leads out. Let's see if we've got power. We need that. Is that the right one? The power meter. This is the MX power meter, which we will be turning on, which is amazing. It's got a written power supply. Please consider getting this software. It is awesome. Absolutely brilliant. Port is port 5, I think it's on. No, it's on port 6. Can never remember. Yeah, port 6. There we go. So we've now got power supply on screen. Let's get a... Oh, it's getting hot in here. What computer on? Will it steal the parcels? It could quite. I got some computer bits delivered yesterday by Amazon, and there was probably about 900 quid's worth of bits in it, and they left it next to my wheelie bin at the front. And I'm like, yeah, really? Should you be leaving it all there? Probably not. But I suppose the driver wouldn't necessarily have a clue what was in it. It was quite a bit of RAM, in fairness. There were two 64 gig packs of RAM, so 128 gigs in total, and two 1 terabyte and two 2 terabyte M.2s, NVMe's. Hence why the cost. But it would have probably gone through letterbox. Would the actual thing. But he didn't put it through a letterbox for whatever reason, don't know. He put it next to me wheelie bin and took a picture. Let's get some RAM put in here because it definitely won't work without random access memory. Flip this over and put touchpad in. We're probably going to end up rebuilding quite a lot of this, just to be able to test it, because I want to get into the Windows PE environment, see if it'll load into that. A bit lopsided, that one. Make yourself another pair of tweezers, which aren't as pointy. I don't know whether... I know drones ultimately will take off, but I don't think it's in my lifetime. That's probably double entendre there, isn't it? Not a double entendre, a faux pas. Whether a drone will take off in the sense of whether they are going to be capable of long-term use. That's probably the better way of saying that. Because if you think about autonomous cars, that's been on the horizon since the 1980s. I mean, only autonomous car that I've really seen what works really well is Knight Rider. And we all know that were a one-off. So to get to get something very autonomous to work is probably going to be pretty darn difficult to achieve, and it's the same with drones. If it's AI autonomy for the drones, is it actually going to be true autonomy, or is there going to be a pilot sat somewhere doing it? I don't know. Get my yellow memory stick. Be a nice thought, but also it'd be a nice thought if we just had replicators like they have on Star Trek, and we could just do it that way. Right, so I've got some RAM in, got a USB memory stick in. We'll see if it'll post first. Post light on. We have no power. That could be because that is a little bit iffy. Let me just test my voltage on here. Yeah, I think it's that one which is broke. I did one of these. The actual thing was broke, so I'm going to leave that to one side and get my other one out. Let's see if that one goes in. No, too small. Is it yellow? No, yellow's too big. It is that black one, but I don't think I've got any more of those medium size black, because it's not the big black, it's the medium black. Is that it? That's it there. See if that one works. Check the voltage on there. Yeah, power supply's on. Why they're not operating? I do have a power adapter for it, so I can plug power adapter in. Just I wanted to do it so we could see it on stream. Right. Ooh. Don't want that one. That's darn annoying. Oh, I found my GPU leg. That's where that is. I'm looking all over that. That's really annoying. Really annoying. Right, let's use the power adapter that I've got. So you can't see it on screen, but we'll get an idea if it's working. Oh. Plug that in there. To the wall. It's not got the correct adapter for this. It's a bit strange. It's a different size compared to ones what they normally are. That's the problem. Right, we've got a power light anyway. We just have to see if we get a picture on screen. We've got picture. And then we'll boot into this and see if it works. Keyboard's not plugged in and working. Wonderful. I'll just get Keeley out. Right, Keeley plugged in here. She can go in this side. Keeley keyboard. And we'll see if we can get this on big screen. Just get this booted into here. That one. If we can get this into big screen, we will then put the customer's hard drive in and get the password reset. Might need to unlock the battery as well, because the battery has gone. It's in better days. Good thing its fan ain't spinning anywhere near as much as it was. If we can get into Windows PE now, and it loads to Windows PE desktop, it'll just be doing this in virtual. Probably writing a temporary location onto USB memory stick. Exclamation! Is Soren in? Is Uncle Soren in? I didn't see him. Sorry if Uncle Soren was in. Those AMD CQs failed a lot. Yeah, I noticed. No, it's a command on another channel. All right, sorry, Tom. I was like, we have picture. Yeah, he's famous for that one. And loading the windows. I do love some of his sayings. He's got such. He does tune in to my daily streams. He's mentioned it a few times. Lurking in the background. Yes, that one. I keep meaning to do it. I just never get round to doing it. It's such a pain in the backside trying to set the commands up sometimes. And because not all of them work, and some work sometimes, some work others, it's just torturous. When I moved to Windows 12, I've got a new system that I'm building, a 9800 X3D with a, I'm probably going to say at 5070 Ti, 64 gig of RAM, and then a 2 terabyte. Well, the board should take, I think it takes 3 NVMe's. So it's going to have a 2 terabyte as a boot drive and then 2 1 terabyte NVMe's. And I've got my RAID array, which is in this one, which is 4 1 terabyte SSDs in strike mode to combine it. And then I've got my 10 terabyte mechanical drive for storage. So all that I'll be moving over to the new system as well when I do it. I'm sleeping. Right, so this is actually a lot further than it was before. So I think it was overheating. So we'll just get this closed down because we don't need to do anything on here. We'll get the customer's drive in. We will see if we can shut it down. It will run slow until I get the drive in because it's made a temporary location on the USB memory stick. This is why it's running extraordinarily slow. Okay, so we'll shut this down. Done. We'll get this flipped over. We'll get the keyboard reconnected. We'll get the customer's drive put in, and we will see if we can boot it to Windows PE and reset the password on Windows 7. And if we can, oh, wonderful, wonderful. Half a battle's done. Don't like that connector at all. Really not a nice feel on that connector, but there you go. Got that in there. I'm not going to bother with Wi-Fi card. I'm just going to check that keyboard connector because keyboard connector was plugged in. It just weren't working. Keyboard was lit up, so it must be. You do run risk when you do these damaging keyboards. So I'm hoping if it's damaged keyboard, it's then landfill because I'm not going to put a new keyboard in here. Well, it's difficult, just cost. Because there's no charge for this repair, so it is just literally to try and get them back up and running. Stick that down. Get some power back up. We'll get the power in. We'll see if we can get it on HDMI. There we go. Need to get into the boot menu. I think it was it F10? Windows 7. I'm going into Windows 7, which is good, but I don't want to do that. Because keyboard's now working. So we're into Windows 7. I'm going to boot into a USB memory stick just to see if I can get that reset, and then we'll get that up on. I'll show you how to reset password through whatchamacallit. He's an owl. He is. He's on a different time zone to us as well, isn't he? Though I ain't got a clue what that says. I think that's something like disk check is failed or something. I don't know because there's a volume identification on there, so I think that's something to do with disk check. But if we can get it, working, I'll just get into where I need to get into, and then we'll do a password reset on Windows password, which should enable us to get into her Windows, which should then mean I can just install Snappy Driver to get all the drivers working. We've got. Oh, do we miss that Windows sound? We miss that Windows sound. Right, that is something to type in there. So let's just do backspace. Enter. Right, I think. Right, that's good. Right, keyboard is working. Brilliant. that tape's there just to I'll do shutdown. Got this shut down. So it's booting into Afsluten. Afsluten? Is that shutting down? AFSULNT. I'm not too sure what language it is. I can't tilt it because our drive will fall out. Because at the moment our drive is just balanced on the edge of the desk. So we'll see if we can get into, I think it was escape to get into the boot menu. I'll just keep on punching escape for 2 minutes. There we go, and we'll get into cursor keys aren't working. Wonderful. So use that boot normal. Wonderful. Boot into Sergio Streliak. Let's see if we can get this on a big screen. Plug that into there. Look out, if we've got a picture, it'll be in the bottom right hand corner. Down there. If we can get a picture. Get a picture, get a picture. If not, I'll try and zoom down on the screen as much as I possibly can anyway. Can we zoom in? Yeah, we can zoom in. Zoom out one. So this will be Windows PE. So it's Sergio Streliak. So we've got on here a diagnostic tool for resetting Windows passwords. Starting to think he's a ghost. Ghosts and ghouls. If you are doing anything like this, I would recommend Sergio Streliak, or whatever it's called, this Windows PA environment. It's updated regularly, probably every few months, and there's some good tools in here as well to diagnose, repair different aspects of Windows, test, and all sorts, stress testing, Windows install, creating things, password bypass. There's some really, really good tools in here if you need them. I wonder if this language will come up with that. I don't think it should. There you go, that went name. Certainly running a lot quieter, so I do think it was an overheating issue, what was causing it to shut down. As soon as it comes up, we will select the tools. Select that install. It's installing Wi-Fi. Yeah, we should be good now. So let me grab Mickey, because I don't think that mouse is working either, but that could be a driver issue. It being an older laptop. Get that in there. Still loading what it needs to load. Oops. What am I running over? I thought I run it dog over then. Okay. So have we got a picture? We don't have a picture, so we're just going to have to use it zoomed in. So we're going to go down here and we're going to go to password, resetting passwords. First one is generally the one I use. I know it's a really bad picture, can't do much about this, gentle people. This will scan, it's found Windows 7 Ultimate, it's found the admin there, and it says password unknown. Sometimes it will let you reset password, change password, or even view the password. So what we're going to do is just change the password. Please enter new password. We're going to leave it as blank. Actually, we're going to reset, and it's not a live account. No, it's not. That's good. We're going to reset password. There you go. So now it's come up as blank. So there's no password on that account now at all. So we can see it says blank. Really difficult for you guys to see, but it's there to do. So what it should now mean is, if I go to shutdown and simply do a quick reboot, take my memory stick out because we don't need that again. And this will come up with Windows 7. As you can see, it's not in English. Don't know what language it is in. Windows, oh, that's English. Windows Star 10. Is it German? I think it's German. Yeah, there's no live accounts pre-Windows 8. Yeah, it's one of those things you just take for granted, don't you? I think that's some type of disk check warning. I'm not too sure myself. Het best and system, and then it gives you a volume thing. So I'm presuming that's some type of I don't know really. It comes up with it. Is it Dutch? Ah, I don't speak Dutch either. Looks German, but yeah, they're similar, aren't they? In some words anyway, German and Dutch, are they? I struggle reading English, so I'm not going to profess to that. Austrian as well. Oh crikey. Welcome. That's why I thought it was German. Welkom. I thought that was a German thing. Welcome. I'm going to unplug the HDMI because I don't want this showing on big screen if it has got customer data on it for obvious reasons. So if it has, as long as we can get in, I'm just going to run Snappy Driver and we'll see if we can do that on screen. It is Windows 7. Het is Dutch. Is that what it is? Okay, so it is installing drivers. Brilliant. So there's no customer data on here. Oh, so that's good. Just generic programs. So we will plug that back in. And we will hit myself with that. Plug that back in. If we get a picture, it will appear in bottom right, but I probably won't get a picture until we install some drivers for the graphics card. And that's if it will actually display to that, because not all of them do. So we'll put Snappy Driver in. I'm going to recycle bin, just open Explorer. Oh, something's beeping at me. Oops, not a home group, is that one there? Oh, home group, not seen that in years. Come on, install me a driver for me USB. You know you want to. I think we forget, you know, how keyboard is working. Once I get into USB, we will have a look at might not recognise that because that might be too big. Might be too big a drive. So let me get the other one, which is formatted differently. Should be my blue one. My blue one's in my computer. Let me grab it because I've done some data recovery for that customer coming this morning. He didn't show up. So let me just eject that and go to eject and eject the correct one. Right. Oh, yeah, this one might work. It's this is on MBR, that were GPT. So notice this is obviously a legacy BIOS. Plug back in. We'll see if my USB drive appears there. So 1 terabyte USB, so it still might struggle. Driver software not installed yet. Wow, there we go. We don't want to do that. So we will. We're going to have a look at two things. We're going to do a keyboard test just to make sure the keyboard is working, and then we'll do a driver install. Right, so what this will do, as I hit the keys on the keyboard, it'll tell me whether all the keys are actually working. Right, M's not working, but that could just be because the connector is really dirty. So yeah. Right, so left, oh no, they're all working apart from M. Can't really see it on here. M, which isn't illuminated, and P looks like it's down. So that could just be a dirty connector. So we will investigate that a little in a second. We'll come back and we'll install drivers. So we're going to use Snappy Driver. I use this on a Windows. If you're wondering what this is a collection of drivers. I'm not connected to internet, but obviously you end up with a lot of drivers not installed when you put old hard drives in new computers. So this will scan the system and hopefully, hey, hopefully installing drivers that are missing. Allow access. Okay, So we'll select all, it's found 10 drivers and we'll get that to install. This will probably give us a picture on screen after this as well, which will be good. Can't say this is going to be the quickest thing to install these. It's creating a restore point at the moment. So while that's doing that, them keyboards fail a lot. On the odd key is about 15 faulty ones in storage. Oh no. Hello, newbie, YT, newbie YouTube. Is that? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. God, guys, 990 subscribers. Only 10 off me, 1,000. Woohoo. Welcome. Hope you're doing well today, sir. So we're going to run diagnostic tools, and we should have crystal disk info. So we'll just have a quick look at the disk health integrity. It will appear in bottom right as and when drivers install. I can't speed that bit up. That's why it's a black screen in the bottom right. Are you going to do a dance when you hit 1K? Well, we did a subscriber dance for 500, didn't we? Which I've put into. Charles kindly clipped it for me. So we might do a dance. Might do a dance. I'm not doing another naked stream though. That were a bit cold that day. You forget where things are on here. You're that used to right-clicking on good. Oh, wait there. I say how many hours she's done. 1 year, 282 days. That's nothing, is it? Yes, please don't do that now. It weren't a pretty sight. Weren't a pretty sight, that naked one I did. So the drive is a 320 gigabyte drive. I think it's 2011 or something like this drive. Because somebody said the other day it's a teenager, which was quite right. But it's actually only done 1 year, 282 days. So it's done less than 2 years worth of use. Took 2 minutes to find that thing. So 31 degrees, so it's well under on temp, and it's a 5400, so it's never going to rack up any speed records, is it? Shake the money maker. Shaking that ass, shaking that ass. I'm not going to bother with any other tests because I don't think we need them. Let's see if we've got a hardware info though. See if we can see temperature of that now. Oh, it must be 32-bit. Yeah, it is 32-bit OS. Let's do sensor. Let's see how warm me. Let's see how warm my. Something's just gone beep. So it's obviously installed my sound drivers. First time I've just heard that. So sound's working. CPU is running at. Crikey, the core is 1.35 volts. 532 megahertz is the RAM. Wow. And it's, do you know what? Respectably, 1.4 meg is the core. Meg, sorry. Megahertz? No, it can't be right. 1.4 megahertz? Got to be gigahertz. $51 degrees, that CPU. So it's still toasty, considering it's still a little tiny CPU. But again, as we said, the good news is it has done that. I need to figure out why some of the keys aren't working. I might suggest to her that she uses a wired keyboard because it's more important she's up and running rather than all the bits and bobs. So yeah, so it's now installing the PCIe drivers, and the next one will be graphics card. When we get the graphics card done, we should get a full screen picture on here. So this will be a good one to do. Flick over to it. So that one there, which is the AIO, while this is installing, there's no point staring at a blank screen. I can just keep. Oh, somebody at my door. Oh, somebody at my door, guys. Just 2 minutes. Put it on mute. you will see that they were linked to programs which were installed in the past.
Right.
So such, for example, if you had Norton Antivirus and you had a shortcut on your desktop which said Norton Antivirus, worst antivirus in the world, if you double click on it now, it'll just say this shortcut doesn't go anywhere.
Got it. Right.
Mainly because the installed software.
Yeah.
So anything which is a white square on the desktop will be because of that.
Okay.
But if you go into downloads, if you go into documents, if you go into photos or anything like that, all your bits are probably going to be there.
Right.
If they weren't there, like I've said, I think I spoke to you, they weren't there because they were corrupted, they had a virus, or it was a cloud storage.
Yeah.
Okay. But I did check OneDrive and I couldn't see anything in OneDrive.
All right.
So it must all be locally stored, which means on the computer.
Right.
So when you turn it on, it'll boot into Windows 11. It's all
Yeah.
activated and registered, all updated to the latest version.
Thank
There's
you.
one account on it called admin,
Right.
no password on it. So it'll just turn straight onto there. You can create another account if you want to call it whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And you can also put a password on there if you wish.
Right.
Really doesn't stop a great deal.
No.
Doesn't stop you getting hacked, doesn't stop you getting virus and things like that.
No.
But if you want one for your peace of mind, you can put a thing on there. You're going to have to, because it's a new hard drive, obviously a new operating system, a clean install,
Yeah.
you're going to have to set it up the same. I think your daughter was going to install your
She'll
software.
be doing all that.
Yeah.
That's way above my
Yeah.
station.
So, for example, let's say you shop at Amazon, it used to save your username and password.
Yeah.
You're going to have to type that back
Put
in.
all back in.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I would recommend not saving usernames and passwords.
No.
Write them in a book and stick them in your drawer, under your bed, wherever. It's a lot
Yeah.
safer than storing it on computer.
Yeah.
But other than that, working a treat for you.
Thank you very
Absolute
much.
diamond. Now you have got two drives in there. You've got a big 1 terabyte mechanical drive and your SSD. Your SSD is about, I think about 100 gigabytes full now. So it's not a problem at all. I have moved your downloads folder. For you, it won't mean any different. I
No.
have moved your downloads folder to your D drive. And that's just because if you are downloading things, it can fill up pretty quick. And what you don't want to do is overfill
Right.
your
yes.
SSD.
Yeah. You mentioned that about the storage capacity, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was Charlotte that said we're happy with what I've got because
Yeah.
I only play, in a sense, Facebook.
Yeah.
And YouTube and that type of stuff. Is that I don't really do any buying or anything like that. It's more for entertainment for me. more
Yeah.
than anything
Well,
else.
you should be absolutely fine. As I say, the only reason I put downloads there, some people might download films and things like that or TV shows now and again. If they sit on your primary drive, which is a lot smaller
Yeah.
in your case, what you don't want to do is overfill that because with it being a digital drive,
Yeah.
it can wear itself out really quick when it gets full because
Gotcha.
it can overheat and destroy
Yeah.
itself.
Yeah.
So I have moved that so everything will sit on D drive. For you, won't mean anything.
No.
You won't even notice it's ever doing it.
No.
But I have moved that across automatically. But yeah, apart from that, it's all ready to rock and roll
Very
for you.
much. Well, I'd like you to check that.
Okie
In
dokie.
front of me.
I
Then
will
I'll
do
have
that.
it.
Yep, all
And
spot
my
on.
conscience is clear and I'm
Your
happy.
conscience is very clear and happy. Next two of us. There we go.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy
sir.
your revitalised
Yes,
machine with Windows
yes.
11. Windows 11 does look a little bit different, so
Right.
just take some time getting used to it. But other than that, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
No worries at all. Have a good day. See you later. Bye-bye now.
And it's nice having, knowing that you're here
Yeah.
and you can do anything.
Well, I wouldn't say I can do anything. I have wife for that. She's good at that. Well, she knows everything anyway. All right then, Bob. See you later. Ta-da. Oh, sorry, guys. Do you know what I've just missed? I've just missed a call coming from a call centre, and I've just missed it whilst I was on the phone. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, just let me reply to this inquiry. I'm open between 9 till 6 Friday, and just give me a bell before coming. Sorry, somebody wanted to know an LB before coming. Somebody just wanted to know opening hours. Yep, there we go. Okie dokie. So where are we with this? Is that done? That was a 4th gen i3, I think he had. He's had it to 2 other computer shops locally to him, and neither of them could repair it because they didn't know what was wrong with it, and told him it couldn't go to Windows 11 at all, would never do it, and tried to both sell him a new built PC. They were both independents like me, so they would build it themselves. And in fairness, what he needed was the hard drive had failed. We did a speed test on it. It was reading at 500 megabits. So read was fine, but it was only writing at, I think, 2 megabits and 0.2 of a megabit as well, mega transfer. So the hard drive had actually gone on the write controller rather than the read. Why they couldn't repair it, I don't know. And I put Windows 11 on it, so I put him another SSD in. He only opted for a 240 gig because, as you probably heard, he doesn't do a great deal. Told him the cost implications, told him how much the PC was probably worth, but he just said, I don't really want to buy a new one. Some customers do, and he would rather have that one repaired and working. Fair dues. And I think the view on it was, rather than getting something which might still have the same issues, at least if he's working on this one, it's a known entity with a new drive in it, because drives are ones which are likely to fail. On there. Oh dear. Right, so we've got a graphics chip now. We've got a graphics card, so we've still got our picture. It needs a reboot, that's why. Hey! So we can't do it until we get a reboot, but we'll see where it is. Have you seen the new Moog Mookie? Seen the new Moog Mookie? I published it yesterday. Yeah, the graphics chip on there was running at 50 degrees because it'll be double stacked die on there, won't it? That's how you used to do it. You used to get your CPU at the bottom and then your GPU on top, double stack die. Now, well, they still kind of stack them on top of each other. The latest incarnation on the Ryzen 9800 X3D, on the 7800, they used to be still stacked like that. How can I do that? Still stacked on top of each other, slightly offset, but stacked on top of each other, which was causing heat issues and causing the GPUs to blow. Or some of the cores to get damaged, should I say, and the controllers on the actual CPU. So they've actually put them next to each other now to do that. Dirt Diggler Dolphin Trainer, yeah, on the thing. Cows, if you need that 5700G, by the way, just drop me a message and I can get that posted to you. I know we discussed it on stream the other day. I forgot all about it. I was working through my box, and if you need the some M2s as well, let me know. I'm not in any rush to send it if you're not in any rush to receive it, but I'm happy to send it as and when you need it. So let's put it like that. It's not going anywhere. I only use it as a test. I've got a couple, and you can see what it's like. And you're more than welcome to it, cows. Right, we are on driver number 9 of 10. 9 of 10. It's one of those, as soon as you get it, you want to fit it, so it's having time to fit it into it. Having time to get all that done. So what I've got being dropped off, somebody just texted me, they've got a gaming PC which has got no power. It's about 10-year-old, their gaming PC, so they're looking to get that upgraded as well. That's one I was texting back, or emailing back, should I say. And I got a text message as well, just to say, can we pop along this afternoon with another one? So I should have another couple, maybe floating in and coming in this afternoon. Seem to be getting an influx of desktop PCs at the moment, rather than laptops. Been a few weeks since we've had quite a technical laptop. I was looking through the spares this morning. There's a couple up there I won't mind revisiting, just to see if we can get any further life on them. I don't think there will be, but do you know, when you put a fresh set of eyes, e.g. you look at it again, just might find something coming up on there. You know, fingers crossed anyway. I'll put kettle on. Let myself. Oh, wait there. I have a missed call from London. Should we see what this number was? What rang me? This is from London. London calling. Copy and paste that into Google and see what number rang me. I've been approached by a company to publicise their payment scam. Oh, we should have got that one. Access to the web page has been blocked. Okay, I wonder why they've done that. Oh, access to this web page has been blocked as well. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Next Bridge Communications. Next Bridge Communication, UK's telecommunications operate regulated network. Oh, right, it hosts a load of services. Yeah, so by the looks of it, that telephone number is a scam telephone one. We could have done that one live on air, but that customer was here, so I couldn't actually do that. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? That's a shame. Is that coming up? Unknown. Performing security verification. Yeah, right. So it is. We have one report, 138 lookups for this phone number. Our community has rated it as neutral caller. Right. So what was it? Not available 17 minutes ago. Last search. So they're clearly run out. Starting the user reports. Call rang off and didn't speak. I wonder who it is. Most likely a nuisance. that was the thing if you do it. We've got a Chinese number here. Phone book TW. Was that Taiwan? Yeah, no idea what that says. That's in another language. So that's a shame. We could have done that one on stream, couldn't we? Oh. Right, are we still on driver 9? I'll tell you why. This is the oh, it's just moved on to mouse. That was sound driver. For some reason, sound drivers just take an eternity to actually install. So we're now on last driver. As soon as this on it touchpad, this hopefully this will start making the touchpad work. We'll get this done. Come on, I'm going to do a. You can have a vote on this actually. If you want to see a video of this ilk, just put 1 in chat, or 2 for no. So 1 for yes, 2 for no. So I'm thinking of doing a VOD of do it as a kind of an instructional video where I don't even said it yet, Charles. I download Windows 11 ISO, for example. I then show you how to create an unattended script for auto install, e.g. what options you want. So whether you want it to create 1 account, 2 accounts, 3 accounts, how it names all the accounts, whether you want it automatically to select the disk, whether you want it to skip security questions, so it automatically skips. It automatically selects your country, your language, and your keyboard. So basically it does everything automatically. So you can put your USB stick in, press install, and then it does everything. So that's what the automated script does. So I'm thinking of creating a video which will show you how to do the Windows ISO, how to create the script, how to inject it into the ISO, and then install Windows from it, and then you can see what it does. Would that be something that people would want to see? It's not. It sounds a lot more complicated than it really is. I'm thinking the video will be, I don't know, way I kind of rabbit on, maybe about 20 minutes, something like that. The process itself, if you've done it a few times, is about 5 to 7 minutes, as long as you've got the ISO. But the good thing is once you've got the actual script file, you can then put it into any ISO of Windows, so it'll work on Windows 10 and Windows 11. So even if you update to a later version of Windows 11, it's basically what I use on here, the automated scripts. I'm a bit blurred. A bit blurred. So it's the automated scripts on there to do it, and all I do when I download a latest ISO, I do that. So if we're interested in seeing that, I'm happy to do that. I'm just going to try and why is my image all, oh, don't know that one. That's video image, autofocus off, on. There you go, back up on the yeah. So would that be something people want to see? Yeah, 1 in chat for yes, I can do that. Because I know I use them all the time, and I just think it's one of those that the more people that know how to do it, the better. I think it's not a secret. It's just that I think I find it a little confusing. I've done it. 990 exclamation. I will get one of those. Oh yeah, 990. Yeah. 990. I'm 10 away. 10 away. 10 away. 10 away from 1,000 subs. Whoa. Sends shivers down my spine. So that's one of them which I think will be useful for quite a few people, even if you only install Windows now and again. Certainly if you do it like I do, it takes NL. I've just realised that this laptop says NL in top left hand corner, which is Netherlands. So that should be good. So let me just push that down, click that down. Hopefully this will get the keyboard working, and we might even get a picture on screen. No idea what that says. It says something about selecting Windows, and we'll select Windows starting. So it is Dutch. I'm thinking if we do that, it'll give some people an indication on doing it themselves and whatnot. And also, the unintended scripts can be useful for other bits and bobs as well. If you are doing it, you can get it to install certain programs, remove certain programs, bloatware and things like that. They do it. And I will say, guys, I'm using a website for the unintended scripts. I'm not clever enough to write one. I use a website, so you can always do your own on that. And also, I'm planning on one which is the 10 things I would buy again for my work, which are very cheap items. Like some of them are free software, like Crystal Disk Info, wonderful. Please go and download it. Sort of attitude to more expensive items like my multimeter, which was like 130 quid. So there's going to be a broad spectrum. I would say majority of them are vastly cheap because I don't like spending money. So a lot of them are. Some of the things which I've spent a lot of money on, I would definitely not buy again, like the screwdriver. This screwdriver, they're about 120 quid, 130 quid. I would not waste my money again on that. So some things definitely not. And that's that. So I'm planning on doing that on 2 videos, a top 5, and then another 5 video to see what's what. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. I don't know whether this is working or not because it seems to have frozen, but it is Windows 7. It normally works quicker than this, but it could be installing drivers, so I don't really want to touch it until it either dies or works. Please. No, come on. That's what I was doing. I was putting kettle on, weren't I? Picked my phone up to put kettle on to make a drink. Smart kettles, wonderful. And it's offline. There you go. That's a good thing about having a smart kettle. It's offline. Wonderful. So it's, I was just saying, smart kettles, wonderful things. Everyone should buy one. And then they're good when they work and they're just terrible when they don't work. Right, disc is definitely spinning because I can feel the disc spinning. Right, so whilst that's doing that, I'm just going to pop to the gents, let the dog out for a quick wee as well because she took her for a walk this morning. She had about 5 gallons of water when she got back, so she'll be crossing her legs in there. And just pour myself a hot cup of coffee, and I will be back in, I know, 2 or 3 minutes, guys. Just 1 minute. Oh, there's somebody at the door. No, nobody at the door. Dog's barking at a crisp packet blowing by. She's good like that. She'll keep you company. We back now. Just remember, don't need to make a cup of tea or coffee. I made myself a protein shake this morning. Ooh. Windows is not genuine. Yeah, even dog's saying, what? Windows is not genuine. Ask me later. I'm dealing with that because it is important to use. You must restart these things. Restart now. Right, mouse is now not working. Wonderful. So I've installed mouse driver and mouse is now not working. Brilliant. So that is obviously restarting. What you're saying, whatever that said, restarted. And Windows 7. We did when we did the Windows XP machine other week. We did telephone activation on Windows XP, and we were all surprised that when you ring telephone activation on Windows XP, it still works. You can still activate Windows XP over the phone. Crazy. I tell you what is really good. I've because of my running injury and I've torn my muscle. I'm drinking quite a few of these protein shakes, just made with protein powder off Amazon and milk. But I put some of that in ice cream maker and made some ice cream with it. Oh my gosh! Oh, the chocolate stuff is amazing. If you want a cheap, more healthy than laden sugar chocolate ice cream, freeze some of your protein powder with milk. Really nice. And you're still getting it. You need a HP OEM key and certificate file to make genuine, or a Masgrave. Yes, Masgrave, etc. script. I do not know what you mean, Mookie. I would not have any idea on that. No idea what you mean in the slightest, Mookie, what a Masgrave, etc. script is. Just say down at the bottom right hand corner that it is not. Let me see if we can get HDMI. There we go. Bottom right hand corner, as you will see down here, it is not thingy. So we're just going to run this new, and we'll do text document. We'll open this and we'll just see if I can type anything on here. We'll do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Space, space, tab. Why did that come up as that? That's bizarre. Google says the Microsoft activation script, often refers to as Masgrave. It's a puppet. I don't know what you mean, Cows. That would be something what I never know. Notice recently that if you use a legacy update, it can activate Windows XP online instead of having to perform phone activation manually, as long as the installing updates from Windows Updates, of course. There was Windows XP now. You can actually obtain a free license from Microsoft, can't you? Miss this. Me sarcastic, never. What's really bizarre, guys, is that I'm unsure why. If I run my fingers across, I'm pressing number 1 button there. 2, 3. The keyboard is. I'm push the keyboard in. Might be because it's arced and I pushed it into the thing, right? Yeah, the keyboard. Can you see what it's doing? It's putting the characters on. Like Shift is held down, but Shift is definitely not held down. So Shift is working, but even with Shift down, that's why this is Windows 7 for you, isn't it? Is that really odd? Yeah, I would agree. So if I press the letter A, it's coming up as uppercase. If I press Shift and the letter A, it's still coming up as letter A. Press D, right, that's D, Shift, D. So Shift is obviously working. Shift off, and I'm using the Shift button. Right, so if I press number 1, which is an exclamation mark, that's, if I hold Shift down, it still comes as an exclamation mark. Wrong keyboard type region selected. Do you think that's what it is? Ah, yeah, because Netherlands. Think that's what it is? Right, no, still doing the same. I mean, I've got shift held down now and it's still doing capitals. Ah, wait there, whoa, 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 whoa. Wow, no, there's something wrong with this keyboard because it keeps alternating between uppercase and lowercase, depending. Let's take keyboard out and give it a clean. It might just be that. But anyway, let's just go to device manager. See if we can get into control panel and go to all. See if we've got anything outstanding in device manager. I don't think it's a Dutch keyboard. It looks like a UK keyboard. What's on here? If you look, it's a UK layout keyboard. And it's even got pound sign on, where a Dutch one would be, because it's a UK keyboard. This is the UK laptop, obviously. I think hers was a UK one as well. I've got. Do you know what I have? I've got a spare wireless keyboard and mouse that I can give them. Yeah, P keyboard. Ah, yeah, P was stuck as well. That's a good point. Well remembered. P and M were having issues. Let me see if. Right, P's not working, and M's not working. Right, so M definitely not, P definitely not. So they need a wireless keyboard. So what I might do is, let me just get a grab of this. I have a wireless keyboard and mouse that they can have as well, because it's only. I think I bought a box of 50. I mean, they're not brilliant, but a box of 50 of these for £5. So that's, what's that, 10 pence each? So it was 10p for a wireless keyboard and mouse combo. They're not amazing quality, but for what they do, I mean, mouse is on floor. Actually, do you know what? That's not a bad keyboard, actually. I mean, mouse I've just run over. I'm quite impressed with that, actually. That's a nice. I mean, it's not high quality, but I've certainly seen a hell of a lot worse. That's a decent weighted keyboard, that. Not amazing, but yeah. I'll give her the option. Ooh, I'll give her the option. Give her the option of what she wants to do. She can have that if she needs it. I think this is my last one. I'll give all others away over time. So yeah. So at least she can have a keyboard. But they were 10 pence each. So if I can't afford to give 10 pence away, yeah. I think the Logic ones are certainly better quality. Not a great deal better than that, I would say, Mookie. That isn't not bad. Not bad at all. Quality-wise, they're not up to standard of what I would want to use on a daily basis for myself, because I drop them quite often. But you know, for somebody as a home use, that would suffice. And for 10p, you can't go wrong. Check the batteries. Yeah, I'll make sure. It's in there. Sylvain Pianov, bonjour Pierre, ça va? Ça va beaucoup? Is that how you respond to that? I'm not mulling that language, but good morning. I've not heard. It's Summer Reader. Can't remember his name either. There was another gent who used to pop in quite often as well. Have a sip of that. Anyway, we've got a keyboard up and running. If I use that, what else were I doing on here? Oh, that was it. Wi-Fi. Probably not got. How the heck do you connect Wi-Fi in here? Will this have Wi-Fi? This should have Wi-Fi. Let's go back to control panel. I don't even know whether she uses Wi-Fi or not. Logitech mice are pretty good. Keyboards not so much. Yeah. Lead cell wireless keyboard and mouse set from Amazon, £14. Is that what that is? This is a Don't know. Can't see make on it. It'll be an AliExpress thing. I only bought them because they were cheap. I bought them from I think somebody on Facebook was selling them actually, and they said we've got a box of these, and we want £5 from them. So I went down. He went, we've actually got 5 boxes, and they were 10 in each box. He says, do you want them all for a £5? Because we just want them out of the way. I went, yeah, if you want. And I've just been giving them away to people. I do quite a lot of stuff for different charities and so on. So anytime I've built a desktop computer or things like that, they've all been going on to their builds. Or sometimes you get people in who I need to donate parts to and things like that for their builds. And I'll sometimes throw them a keyboard and mouse in as well. Lid Silly's white. Is it right? Yeah. Anyway, let me have a look on here. What was I looking for on here? I was looking for network adapters. Right, so this must not have Wi-Fi. I can't understand why this has not got Wi-Fi, because there's a Wi-Fi button on here. I ain't got Wi-Fi card plugged in. That's why I disconnected Wi-Fi card. So this will have Wi-Fi. So let's shut this down. Let's rebuild it. Let's get it working. Or let's get it put back together where it should be, because we're now in Windows. It does say NL in the top right-hand corner. If I can get on there before. If you look top left-hand corner up here, it says NL. My mouse don't work, but it does say NL up there. So it is. The hell was that noise? No idea what that noise was. So be careful now not to damage anything, because we need to tape this drive into the drive bay carefully. A bit like that cheese in Wales. Carefully. Get some foam tape and stick that in. What was up with it? Those look better than Ali. I got an Ali mouse. Oh, I bought an Ali mouse once for about £4 because I needed some mice. Yeah, it could be set to Netherlands layout, but there's a thing down at the bottom right hand corner it clock, so I have moved that back. What was up with this? I think it was on the other day when we looked at her Sony Vaio, which was running Windows Vista, which we kind of condemned. The customer has basically said, look, I just need it running just to get all my work stuff off it. So this is just a laptop to get her up and running and get her sorted, rather than anything else. But I can't put it in anything too new, because originally it was a Windows Vista being upgraded to Windows 7. So obviously drivers putting it in a new laptop are going to be a big, or can be a big issue. So what we've had to do with this to get it working, we've had to give it a full thermal service to make sure it's clean, because this laptop was not playing ball and was overheating. And then at least we're getting it playing a little nicer, and obviously booted into her Windows environment, which is what ultimately she needed and wanted. So put a bit of foam tape on the hard drive down here. This is just to absorb any vibration, because there's no caddy with it. There would have originally been some type of caddy to do this. So we'll stick a couple of things of this down, and this will just assist it, because I know Uncle Soren says it all the time, and I'm a big believer in this. Is that, do you know what you've got to do for a customer? You've got to do your best to get them up and running. And reality is, not all customers need or want to a brand new shiny machine. They need something that works for them. So sometimes it's a case of making sure the customer's back up and running, certainly for businesses, and certainly for small businesses as well. Because as we all know, small businesses can face other constraints for cash flow and things like that. I'm not saying this customer, I'm using it as an example. So it's important to try and see what's right for that individual, right for that business, and if it's a service that I can offer to keep her functioning and trading and everything else at little or no expense, well, it's got to be a lot better, hasn't it? So we've got another screw going in that hole there, which was one of these. It's going to be a pain to actually rebuild. It's not all screws at the same size. At least we've got the drive in. A bit more screw holes there. We've got one there, but that's that. Don't need any in there. Don't need any in there. And that's for caddy. So I can put this back cover on, and this will hold the hard drive in place. Yeah, but nothing more to that. This is just to try and cover some of the back, some backup. Do need to try and jolt the battery back into life as well. So we'll give that a shot as well. Is that a van pull up outside? Who's that? I don't know if they're coming here or not. So let's pop this keyboard back out. Same as we did before. Lift the corner, get a spudger in, apply a little bit of pressure, release the clip, move his way along, release the clip, got to take this back out because it's there we go. I'm going to clean the connector, clean the cable, plus there's obviously screws to go back in here as well. So we need to get screws in. So we've got L3s, L6, so we've got a short one there, long one there, and then 3 long ones here. So let's get the electronic screwdriver. Get some L6s. I would definitely stay on Windows 10 if I had a choice on that. And I think most of my customers would quite willingly do that. I've Belgium Apple MacBook Pro. I've had some odd characters on their keyboards. Yeah, I've had a few non-English ones as well. Because all MacBooks, aren't they American? Or a lot of MacBooks are American keyboards anyway. Yeah, you can, because you can buy extended support, can't you, for Windows 10. I'm not in any rush. I want Windows 12 to come out, and I'm probably going to try and stick out Windows 10 until Windows 12 comes out, and that's my plan anyway. Is to stay with that. Right, so we've got that screwed down. We'll just give this cable a quick clean on both sides. Let's make sure. Oh God, look at that! You say, oh, it's dirty. That is absolutely filthy. That could be why some of these keys aren't working. Really dirty. I know it's carbon traces, so I'm not rubbing too much, but even so, that back down there and in. That folded down. Clip this into place all the way around. Obviously all them little spring clips at the top have now gone back in, and a nice push across just to make sure. So we've got all that screwed down. We will just bang some screws in. Well, not bang them. We will screw some screws in. There's a couple of long ones in the top corners. I remember that. So we're just going to do this as a spinning round. A couple of long ones in there. There was some tiny ones which I need a different screwdriver for, which went along the battery compartment. These are 2.5s, but these are small headed 2.5s. If you're wondering how you remember, you just got to be clever. You can have a look, most of them on the plastic. You see here where it says it's an M2, so that's the thread, and then this is the length. So that's the 2.5. If we look at, see if I've got anything else with a different length on, and they have not. Yeah, so I can't even show you, but yeah, so it will give you an indication of what goes in what hole. But it's useful just to kind of put them in their own little things, and then at least you can see what goes what and what goes where. Because what you don't want to be doing is putting a long screw into a short hole, because you can then go into the board and damage things. Not that I've ever done that. Did it on a Mac once. I and it wasn't pleasant. Went straight through, and if anybody's worked on that, they don't actually tell you what screws go in what holes. So it's even a bigger pain in the bark side, and yeah, it wasn't a good experience, to say the least, when I went through and I went straight into the circuit board. Yeah, it wasn't a good day. I went, oh damn, what a shame. Ended up having to order a new board for it, and I think it was what was I screwing down as well? The Wi-Fi or something like that. I can't remember. Can't even remember what Mac it was now. It was a MacBook Pro or something like that. But you live by your mistakes, don't you? Don't always get it right. Make a mistake, you put it right. Stick these small ones in this front hole. I am quicker, you know, by not using that electric screwdriver. I know I need to persist, but I am feeling like it's probably going to slow me down on my working rather than anything else. Yeah, it was a pricey mistake. It just weren't a good day, that one. Weren't a good day. Because I had to ring customer and I went, look, I'll be quite honest, this is what's happened. There's no point hiding from it, is it? And he went, so what you can do? I said, well, I'm going to buy another motherboard. He said, well, I'd rather you buy me a new laptop. I went, your laptop's like 7 years old. Quite frankly, I'm not going to buy you a brand new computer. Well, I want a brand new one. I went, I appreciate you might want a brand new one, but obviously if you've had it for 7 years, why would I spend £1,400 on a new computer for you? I can apologise, and it was completely my mistake, but I'm going to bring it back to the same standard as it was when you gave me it, which is, well, I'm going to repair it. I repaired it for now and put it in. And in fairness, he was happy in the end. But we're human, aren't we? We don't get it right every single time. And for the fact that, you know, you are doing this, or I am doing this, has its own intrinsic risks involved of sometimes just not working right. One goes in there. That's for his that's for the CD-ROM, locking the CD-ROM into place. Why they put a big long screw in the CD-ROM, I do not know. I think, therefore, I think we've got all the screws in. I do believe we have, by Jove. Battery's going to be another story in a second, which we will try and address if we can, because I don't think the battery's charging. So we'll have a look, see if we've got any charge on the battery. Hopefully the keyboard might start working now. We've done that. So we'll power the machine back up. We'll get a HDMI in so we can see what's happening on big TV, on big screen. And we'll see where we go. So we have lights. Do we have camera? Internal battery's not working. We know that, so please don't keep telling me the same thing. Yes, we want Windows 7. And we should get a picture in bottom right hand corner. Yeah, I can't remember what year it was. It was a few years ago when I did it. I was wondering about my sonic screwdriver. Yeah, I don't like it. Don't like it, Mookie. Health and safety, risk damage. I know. I'm that used to. I mean, you'll. I can't really show you, but you'll see how I screw. I kind of hold that, and then I can do that in my hand like that, and really give it some spin. And I can generally get a screw in within one spin. Where this moves slower, and trying to get the motion, because what you've got to do is press the button, and then because it's motion sensitive, you've got to kind of see that it's motion sensitive with a twist. You can do it so it doesn't, but you need the motion sensitive on it, and I just can't. I just can't do it. Odd screw layout on old use Windows Update. Ooh, Right, that's what it was coming up with before. I have no idea what that says. It says something like, I think that's the, it wants to run a disk scan. Hold it like a pen. Hold it like a pen. Ah, you mean like that, James? I know Uncle Soren. I've seen Uncle Soren. He actually uses his like that with his fingers, because I've been using it like a traditional, like your older tennis racket or squash racket or badminton or something like that, or maybe a golf club or a cricket bat. So I've been kind of using it like that and doing that motion. So yeah, might be worth doing that. Right, we should get the drivers. We should get it popping up on screen in a second. Probably we'll only get a picture if I plug the HDMI in, won't we? We have picture. We'll get on there. Let's see if that keyboard has rectified itself. Very much doubt it. So letter P. P still not working. Oh, whoa. P is now working. Shift still not. Whoa. Yeah, P's the problem. P's the problem. But M's still not working, and obviously everything is still in capitals. And oh, well, wait, that number one. No, I thought number one were working then. Yeah, it's still. I do think it's a keyboard problem. It's now working. Now I've given it a push down. Should we shut it down and give it a spray? Don't save. New tab of Chrome. Don't want to open Chrome. Probably full of breadcrumbs. Yeah, probably. Oh, I've opened Calculator. I've opened all sorts here. Look at this. Oh, I wonder if Wi-Fi's appeared. Come on. No. Probably need to install Wi-Fi driver as well. So let me stick this in just before I reboot. So I'll need a reboot after this anyway. So we'll just stick Snappy in. CQ57 model numbers. Computer. Come on, you've read this once. Read it again. Refresh. Control panel. Oh, just translate that screen message. What did it say? Was it check disk? It looked like a check disk screen to me, in fairness. Oh, it's yeah, it's. I can't even see mine. How far mine is out of date. I can only imagine it's massively out of date. Let me refresh mine so at least I can see how far I am out of date. Oh, 1 second, guys. My telephone is ringing. Easy repairs. Which one is it, Jacob? Yeah, by all means. Yeah, no problem at all. You can pop it in. What time are you thinking? About 1:45-ish? Half 12, 1:45. Oh, okay, and you're waiting with it while we swap the RAM, aren't you? Absolutely fine, no problem at all. I am streaming, I think I was streaming when you came the other day anyway, weren't I? So if you're happy with that, yeah, bring it down. We'll swap the RAM. We'll see if that solves the issue. We'll give it several reboots. If not, we can then investigate maybe swapping CPU and motherboard and whatnot. They're bigger jobs, but I can get them done. I won't be able to do those while you wait, obviously, because it's a full strip down. But yeah, kind of that's the plan of action with it. No worries. We'll see you soon. Cheers. Bye-bye. Right, so he is the one which is coming. We did... what did we do on his? He came because his M2 drive wasn't showing up in the BIOS. Windows crashed, and his M2 drive didn't show up in the BIOS. So we replaced the drive and it all worked. Installed Windows, run it for 4 or 5 hours, did all the checks on it, and it worked. Took it back and it stopped working. It stopped working straight away. So he brought it back and we reflashed the BIOS. Me and Lead Farmer did the BIOS and so on whilst he waited. It was all working, everything else. He took it back home, stopped working instantly as soon as he plugged it in. Failed on first boot, which is a bit strange because we had it booted 2 or 3 times, obviously, to do the BIOS and whatnot. it's not recognising the drive. So what the plan of action is A, to see if it's a RAM issue, which I doubt whether it is, but it's an easy one to change. If not, we'll change CPU and we'll change motherboard. I'm not charging for any additional work or any additional parts, so the RAM will be free, the CPU and the motherboard will be swapped out all at no cost, and I'm going to stand all the labour and cost on that for the spares that I've got, just to try and get him back up and running. So it'd be a nice one. He's going to bring it in about 30 minutes. So it'd be nice to see if we can get that one up and running for him. So yes. So anyway, I'm just going to. Where's Snappy Driver? Ah. Close that. And close that. And go back into there. Why is that one permanently selected? A bit weird. I'm just going to do a quick refresh of this because I need to install Wi-Fi driver. Select all, let this do a scan, see nearly driver. Yeah, it's a mechanical drive. I'm not going to touch a mechanical drive in it, Arkanoid. I didn't, Nick. I think, was it you what suggested that it could be something on the USB? But he is coming in. He's due in about half an hour, so we can ask him that question. Because I know you brought that up, saying it could have been something externally was plugging in. And I never even give it a moment of thought that the anything plugging in would interfere with the M2. But I suppose the USB controller, which reacts on the PCI lanes, is then in some way, shape or form related to installation stopped. Why is it stopped? Don't know what that says. It's some way related to PCI lanes on the thing. Waste bin's already emptied. Already emptied. It's completely empty. So let me rerun this because it says installation stopped there, and I don't know why it says installation stopped. All right, battery. Let's have a look at the battery while that's doing that. But anyway, he's coming in and he's happy with me to do it on stream whilst he's here. So we can throw whatever solutions we can at it and see what it is. So there's nothing in the battery, and there's battery health is showing us empty as well. Charging, right, battery health 100%. And it's plugged in, not charging. AC power. I think the battery has probably had its day on it. It might be locked. We will try that. Yeah, the M2. It's an M2 drive that he's got, but it's when he's. I can't remember if he's got one or two drives. I can't remember. But it's his M2 which is disappearing, and he said it even disappeared out of its BIOS. I haven't seen that aspect of it, I will stress, because every time I've had it here, it's always worked, no matter how many times I reboot and things like that. So it's always come back and gone, oh yeah, it's okay, it's working. It's only when he takes it back that it chooses not to work, which to me is a little bit, might be something locally rather than something wrong with the machine. But ultimately, doing if I change hard drive, RAM, motherboard and CPU, there's very little else it can actually be interfering with it. And this is just trying to, give customer service rather than anything else. Yeah, bad internal connector on the board. It could be. Yeah, it could be something with PCI lanes not detecting it on board from chipset. That's why I'm thinking if I change the things like that. I have a few here, batteries just about working. I think this one's going to be left plugged in. I'm going to overcharge the battery. I'll get it on the bench power supply, and I'll shove some voltage into it, just see if that reactivates it. I'm just more concerned why this is not working at the moment. Just go on to here and go to cancel and see if I can get this on here and do this. So we'll just see if we can get this driver installed for his Wi-Fi. But we can have a look. We'll have a look together when he brings it. Was that thunder? Oh my gosh. Gosh, I've not heard thunder like that in a long time. There's no rain at all, and if that was thunder, it sounded like a lorry crashing into an house on the street. Regarding this compact, the driver is too full to carry out system file check, and the startup message. Ah, is that what it's saying? We've got. God, that thunder's so loud. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. I mean, we are showing as 40 gigabytes free from 300. So it's that 16%, something like that. And number one, so let me get this sorted. Why has my screen gone off? You don't realise how slow it is. It could be an inconsistency. Try checking the drive-through windows. Yeah, I don't really want to put too much stress on the drive either. I'd rather let it limp along, because literally all she's needing to do, Nick, is use it just to get a data off, do the backups and things like that. So it's not going to be a long-term. Not going to be a long-term solution as such, because I think she's got to admit to herself that when stuff does get to this age, it's going to have a continuing issue. Just need to connect this to internet, see if I can get that driver to download, because at the moment Snappy driver is struggling. Just see if I can connect it to here. We have connection. Hi, Ship. Hi, Dirk. Hello, Mike. Hello. You can use system file check and scan now in this version. Yeah. God, that is so loud. Honestly, there's not a spot of rain. If I go off air, it's because we must be struck by lightning. There's not a spot of rain outside. I'm surprised you can't hear it yourself. It is so loud. Come on. Just trying to get this to do this, then I can. It's got her data on here. That's the only reason I've. Right, so I need to do that. We need to do that, and we want to do which one's that? And we want oh, now it's raining. Now it's raining. I can hear that. Here we go. That one. And we want to do wow, that is, you will start hearing this in a second. That one. Been pouring it down all morning here. Sun coming out a bit now. Yeah, I think it's moving across. It did say this today was going to be worse. I think it's a bit noisier here because it's a flat roof because it's a converted garage. And even though I've got 150mm of Kingspan insulation on the roof, which is 15 centimetres is a fair amount, it's still proving to be quite noisy. Tropical rainstorm here 1 minute ago, just seen Dave float by. you're wondering why I'm laughing on that, we had a video on TV the other day and there were some dolphins on. There's Dave and there's Karen. I remember them. Dave just floated by one of dolphins. Woohoo! Right, so ignore and that one, and need to exit this and that one. Okay, that's one bit done. So I'm still going to try. Oh, we now. Oh no, no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm trying to get a network driver. Can we just update driver from there? So let's put that back onto there and let's do that. See if we get a picture. There we go. Search automatic. Let's see if we can find a Windows update. It's so noisy in this office. Oh, guys, I was playing around with the microphone yesterday because I think it was, I can't remember, it was on Monday stream. It said, oh, your microphone's only coming out of one ear, left channel. And for some reason, the microphones are switched to mono, switched to left and right channel rather than mono because you get two mics with it. So I ended up having to connect via USB, the microphone, it's DJI Mini Mic 2, to my phone and then use the app on the phone. But one of the things it does give you is advanced noise cancelling. So you can have basic, which I think it was on, and now I've put it on advanced, which should give me better noise cancelling. Your mono issue, yeah. It was only coming out of one channel on your guys' ends. And I could see it then on OBS. I don't know why I'd suddenly done it, because you can connect two microphones, and then what it should do when you connect two microphones is then go into a left and a right channel, so you can have stereo, for example, coming out at the other end, as opposed to when I'm just using one microphone, it transmits it in mono but still comes out of your left and right. But for whatever reason it had just gone into mono and we're just coming out of the left channel, so that was a bit weird. But anyway, I'm not too sure if it's a mono or a moron, because I'm probably a little bit of both. That rain is so... Oh, we've got hailstone. Blinking it, guys. We've got massive hailstones outside. Let me see if I can move camera. Oh, I'm just going to see if I can unwrap myself in. Can I open... I've never opened these blinds. Oh my gosh, if we can do... Probably won't be able to see. Where's my hand? There we go. I can't. You can only can't really see. You see, it's hailstoning out there. I know you can't really see, but it is thick hailstones. Look at that for a shot. I don't know if you can see hailstones out of that window, but yeah, hailstones galore. It's the bouncing off the road and the pavement. It's like snow. It's that heavy. There we go. Don't be doing that too often. It's that's why it was so noisy. Thick, big hailstones. It must be summer. Flipper been jumping pothole to pothole now. Send Dave some dolphins. Yeah. Retired. Yeah, couldn't cope with it. This doesn't seem to be doing anything. Afternoon, next and 8. Good afternoon. What's on the cards for today? We are just trying to get this Windows 7 or Windows Vista upgrade to Windows 7 on this laptop for this business customer, because it's got her software on that she cannot use anywhere else. So it must be working. We have then got an AIO, which you can't really see on here, but there's an AIO to do next. We've then got a big 3.5-inch data recovery job to do. We've got another one due in about 10-15 minutes, which we'll be leaving this to do because he's waiting, so we'll be on stream with us, which is one what we've looked at already. We've got that one to do as well, and then we'll be getting back to these. We've got another one sat down here, which we started on Monday stream, and we need to finish off today. That's a board issue, probably a board repair. We're going to try reflowing chipset on that one, and then got another 2 or 3 coming in. So a little bit. It's definitely talk about old. It was on the, if you remember the old Sony. I think you were here Monday. It was on the old Sony Vaio laptop. It was on that laptop. If you talk about something old, that was the laptop the drivers come out of. If you date that, I think you're probably talking about 2010ish or something like that, 2009, something like that. PCG 381M, Sony Vaio laptop, and that was Windows Vista. But with it being a business machine, I can't put it in a more modern PC because the drive just will not be able to find the drivers. I'm struggling to find drivers as it is. So yeah, it's not playing ball at the moment. So let's go back to there. Let's try Snappy Driver again, and just to see if it decides to work. Just disconnect my internet because I don't want it trying to do an update. So yes to that. I don't want it to do an update. There we go. We've not done an update. It's brilliant. Save the planet. Bring back Windows XP. Yeah. Do you know, in hindsight, do you know, if we all thought, do you know, let's go back to Windows XP, would we actually really enjoy it? Because I thought Windows XP for its time was brilliant. And I mean, yeah, really good. But that's better. I think it's had its day. I've been trying to buy today my Office 3. Oh, that is so noisy outside. My Office 365 edition runs out on 4th of June. It's £85 a year for personal, because I only use it for a bit of business stuff. I really just use Excel, don't use anything else. Anyway, I'm like, do I really want to spend £85 a year when I only spent, I think, £45 last year? But it's because you can only now buy the one with AI, Copilot. And I'm like, I don't really want that. So I did a bit of Googling. You can buy, there's two packages below the one that Microsoft actually advertised, which is Microsoft Personal, which is £85 a year. There's Microsoft Classic Personal, which is all of it apart from the AI, and it's £25 to £30 cheaper, depending on your region. So that's about 50 quid, let's say, £55, which I'd be quite happy with as a business cost for what I use. Or you can go to Microsoft, and this gets me, Microsoft 365, which is basically Office 365, Basic, which is £20 a year. But all you get for that is online storage. So yeah, but I can get that 20 quid a year. Can I get Classic? No, they've seemed to have removed Classic completely. You cannot buy Classic from anywhere at all. So I have used, and I know people are putting it in chat, OpenOffice. I've used OpenOffice. OpenOffice isn't updated that often now, Chaz. So I've moved over to LibreOffice. But I don't always like how it formats Excel spreadsheets. That's my problem with Libre. I know it's one of those, by the time you're used to it, and again, because it's a business expense, £50 a year, I think it's an acceptable thing. It's you know, £1 a week, isn't it, as such. I think if it were getting up to close to 100, I mean, the premium version, I don't really know what premium gives you over and above the basic, because they've both got AI, and I think you get more AI credits, which I don't need because I don't use AI, is about £190 a year. And it's like, what? But yeah, I just cannot for life of me find a link to the Classic. Can't find the link at all. Basic does not allow you to install normal apps on your desktop. Yeah, it doesn't. You can only use the online or yeah, the browser ones. You still get those, but you get those free anyway, don't you? With Windows, you get the online ones, and I couldn't do that. I need one where I can install locally, because I have tried using the free version as well on another PC, another laptop, and it's like death to try and get done. Just buy a key for 2019 or something. Yeah, you can do that. There's people selling keys for 2024. If you're not bothered about a Microsoft key, let's put it like that. I did find several with non. Why aren't they showing networks? Non supplied Microsoft keys, let's say. I also looked to see if I could find. I think I bought it off Amazon last year. Have you got 2013 installed in your system, James? It's full of security holes. That's why I always recommend it to customers, because customers often bring it in. If you've got Windows 10 or Windows 11, it won't let you install 2013 anyway. It'll let you upgrade if you put the 2013 on, you've upgraded in the past, but generally it won't let you install it. It'll try and block it. So it's I bet I don't get a, oh, why don't want to do that. Shut that down. It's gone back into Ventoy. Let me discount. There you go. Because I've got a license for 2019, but I like to keep it more up to date. What's that? 7 years of age, and they're not support. It's not LTS version. So it's always a bit, always the thing. But yeah, I've been looking to see if I can find one which will let me download and install the apps, which is what I want. But a lot of the ones which aren't Microsoft supplied, they're hacked accounts. They send you a new account details. I'm never doing that. Never doing that at all. I don't mind buying a cheap serial number if the serial numbers are, a 40, 50 quid, which is what I did on Amazon last year, and it's a genuine serial number. But the other one, yeah, it's not good. I got the latest version before 365. Ah, right, okay. There's a patch to get Office 2000 starter on Windows 10 plus laptops. Yeah, you can put it on. It's just, the problem is it just opens quite a lot of security vulnerabilities on your system running the old software. That's the problem with it, Mookie. I did a bit of research on it and looked at it.
PCDD, you little shit.
Morning, Chill. Morning, Mick. Good morning, Mick. So yeah, I need a solution to where I can buy Office 365 cheap. Not cheap. I don't mind spending what the basic costs, which is 50 quid here. I'm not asking for a cracked or hacked version. But I've been approached by a company what sells CD keys for all different bits. They've sent me an email a couple of times now to see if I'll do a video installing Windows and using one of their keys. Product placement. And I've emailed them and said, look, I'm looking at installing it on my own PC. Would you provide me a key? And I'm happy to install it on stream. If it comes across as a standalone account, I'm not going anywhere near it. If it's a key, I'm happy to do it. And if they're charging proper money for it, if they're saying, well, they're only £4.18 or something like this for a key, it's clearly a stolen key and I won't go anywhere near it. But yeah. So look. You're running 2019, are you, cows? It's just getting a bit long in tooth. You can buy 2021, can't you? You can buy a serial number for 2021 or even 2024 on CD keys, for example, for £5. So you can buy a lifetime serial key for Office 2024 for a £5, which is obviously more relevant and newer. And I think that's LTS, so that's got support for 7 years, I think they said. So that should get support until 2031, I think, if that was the case. I can't run macros. I'm going to get small virus and malware in 365 AC. Yeah, I have macros turned off anyway. Apart from I run them in certain versions of Excel. Ooh, we have disk check. That's the one what Nick was saying, but it's not got enough system memory to do, or not enough size. Yeah, it is the same vein as earlier CD keys. Who are they? Never heard of them. If you just put it in, I bought a couple of PC games from them. They all seem to be genuine keys. They're not overly cheap. E.g., if retail version's £50, for example, you might pick it up from them for £45. So I think they must just have an agreement where they, a bit like Quidco or places like that, they must get a referral commission. So instead of taking all the referral commission, they split it between user and you and them. So they take a smaller percentage of their profit and knock some money off. I think that's probably how they do it. Oh, right, okay. I fell for that one, didn't I, cows? Yeah. I think that's what they do, Silvac. I think some of these certainly do. Some of these which are offering it for £5 or whatever for lifetime, They're clearly stolen keys or generated keys. Yeah. Yeah, and bulk licenses and so on. Right, so let's just see if we can scan for Wi-Fi. We should see if this works. Can't remember how. No connections, but I've got 9 Wi-Fi things in here. So clearly, I wonder if I've just plugged the cable on the wrong antenna in there. I don't even know if she connects to internet. Probably not. Let me. What else am I doing on here? Oh, that was it. We're going to see if we can just do a clean up the hard drive a bit, aren't we? If I can remember how to do it. Is it right-click properties and tools? Tools. Oh, right, disk cleanup. Let's see if we can do a bit of that. Yeah, we've got 40 gigabytes free. I don't know why it's giving us that error message, Nick. With 40 gigabytes free, it should be. You'd think it should be okay. See what it brings. This should give us an idea of whether she's what can we call it in a internet connection, because this will have temporary internet files. Another reason I don't want to do a disk check in here, I have had it, and it's been on older versions of Windows, certainly XP7 and things like that. You do a disk check and it goes, oh, we found all these errors. You correct all errors and Windows don't boot. Oh, God, didn't see? Yeah, I forgot about that. Get off. Forgot about that little bit there. Yeah, forgot about that. That used to be a thing from '98, didn't it, when discs were small? Brilliant. It's not even coming up at all now. I found that you have to go to Wi-Fi properties and change the radio channels to get it to pick up Wi-Fi. Oh, you can talk me through that. It's that long since I've done. So we'll go to Wi-Fi properties. Is this in Disk Manager? Device Manager. It's that long since I've used Windows 7. It's not exactly the fastest computer. Yeah, I've declined a couple already, James, because I'm like, But I was just thinking, do you know if it is something which is offering it at decent prices, and clearly they are doing it, like I said, of I ain't got a clue what this says. They're offering genuine keys just because they're taking a thing. I wouldn't do somebody who's offering clearly stolen pirated keys, but it's just not my cup of tea. I don't agree with it. I think we all should be doing that. Google Translate. Let me see what this says. And camera. Detect, auto detect. See what that says. Right. So we are disabled. So 11 will enable that. That is ad hoc. I don't know what that is. And then what's that middle one there say? Aha, right, this other customer's here anyway, so we're going to have to put this on back burner anyway until we've got theirs doing. We don't want to do that. Multimedia gaming environment, roaming sensitivity, radio on off. Enabled and roaming sensitivity, come on. I think that roaming lots, medium, low. I don't know what that is, so we'll just say okay to that. Right, I'm going to shut this one down because we're going to let this other customer in with his computer. This is the one what's coming with the what we believe it might be a RAM issue. So we'll come back to this one. So please practice your Dutch speaking. And battery still at 0. We might have to just boost that battery a little bit. Let me just shut this down. I'm just going to grab the door. Just 1 second, gents. That one there. Oh, just put you on mute a second. Right, guys, I'll just move this and we'll get this one on. This is the one where the hard drive's not detected. Now, one of the people in chat was suggesting it could be a USB issue. And I've not known it personally, but one good thing about talking to a wider community, sometimes two heads are better than one. So it could be a USB issue. So what is it you're connecting to it? USB wise?
I'm putting in nothing that I haven't been for like years, but
Okay.
an Xbox connector, like Bluetooth thing, and then a different little Bluetooth thing. But I've had those for like 2 or 3 years.
Because if one of them is starting to fail, it could be backfeeding on the USB circuit, because the USB circuit relates to the chipset, which goes to the PCI lanes of the CPU. So the PCI lanes then control everything from your graphics to your hard drives to your RAM and things like this. So if it was something backfeeding on USB, after Nick has suggested it, I do see the logical process behind it, because they all kind of do interact in a different way. So that could explain why it's been working for me, and when you've been taking its back, it's been falling over and dying. So what we'll do today, we'll get it booted up, we'll swap the RAM and things like that, but I don't think the RAM, we'll do a quick RAM test on it, and we'll have a look and see what's what, and then we'll take it from there. You're not in a time rush, are you?
I'm not.
Brilliant. Would you like a microphone so they can hear what you're saying, or not?
I mean, I can do. But I don't know
you'll be able to see what they're saying. They might give you some solutions in. You don't have to. It's completely down to you.
I think I'm all right.
You're all right. They will be putting things in here, so you're more than welcome to read and answer any of the questions, because they might be asking you questions on what it's doing and how it's doing it. Because the good thing about having a chat with an infinite amount of knowledge and resources, some of them know a lot more than I do, some know less than I do, but you do get a good idea of what's what. So we'll get this booted. Right, guys, this is Jake who stood behind me. This is the PC which is failing on the whatchamacallit. Get that HDMI. Do you watch much YouTube, Jake?
Yeah, a little bit.
What sort of things do you watch?
Just like
not PC repairs.
No,
that's
just,
right.
Casual things while I'm eating my breakfast.
Oh, right. So I've got all the CPUs in there and the boards and whatnot there. So worst case, if it does continue like I was saying, I'll put you the RAM in, I'll put you the CPU in, I'll put you the motherboard in, and we'll get you back up and running. So there's no issues with it. It's just that the other drive had failed. So whether that had failed and caused some issues on the CPU line, on the USB line, which is the other thing, it's always a tricky one to sometimes isolate. They're quite complex sometimes. Right, so let's turn it on. So, okay. Right, so Nick's just asking Jake, and Mike says hello. And were you plugging the devices in before powering the system on?
I think most likely.
Okay.
I mean, I can't remember. I haven't done much with it since it first crashed.
Okay.
I've been pretty busy. So I think it is most likely that I plugged everything in before I switched it on.
I'm just going to put that there so they can hear you, because they might not hear you otherwise. Right, so you were plugging them in before powering on. So yes, he was, Nick. He was plugging it in. Am I right showing you desktop on screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right, that's obviously crashed straight away. So we'll just reboot this, guys, and we'll see if we can get into the BIOS. That's coming with the IO issue. Initialization failed, which is the stop error code. Can you remember what the blue screen errors were? Do you remember any of them?
I might have taken a picture of it.
Okay. Well, just give this a reboot, guys. Try and get in the BIOS this time, and then we'll get the case off and have a look. Right, so we're in the BIOS. HDMI. Okay. So we have NVMe configuration down here. Right, it's not showing any NVMe, so this is replicating the fault. Oh, it is, isn't it? 2 point something. Yeah. Let's measure that with meter. Let's just get this up and running. We'll get meter on screen. Connect USB. On port 5. There we go. Back to that one. And now back to that one. There we go. So at least we've got it on there. Let's measure that 3.3 power rail. Because if that is coming back at 2.96, that could be something causing the issue also. Strange why that, because this is of course air supply. Yeah. Good spot that next, Nater. Good spot. They just spotted that your 3.3 power rail is running low. I don't think it was the other day when I tested it, because I test all your power rails. We'll give it a shot. That was, oops, sorry, I'm knocking camera in my head. Just find the ground. That's a 12. 12's okay. So 12's 1.6. 3.3. No, 3.3 is that, but it's the board, isn't it? So 3.3 coming in is that. Ah, wait there, it's gone back up now. Yeah, poor connection. Just came up. I wonder if we just reboot at that. Because 5 volts fine, isn't it? 3.3. I wonder if that was the problem. Do you know when I was detecting it the other day and it was working? Just try a reboot. Back into BIOS. I can't say anything on that line what's going to be dragging it down to just 2.9, I think it was reading. Because if someone were dragging it down to ground, it would be dragging it down more than that. Yeah, 3.34. So we now go to, it's there. Yeah. Then, unfortunately, they don't all have it, do they? Right. So you're probably wondering what we're saying. So down here on your BIOS screen, which is what we're looking at here, you've got your voltage readings. Yeah. These are all tested all the day. So you have your 12, your 5, and your 3. So, and then your board converts them to different things. So your board will convert such as your memory to 1.2, which you can see there. Your CPU core is at 0.9. So it converts it to different things. But those are the 3 ones which are supplied by your power supply. And that was reading 2.98, I think it was, to come up with that. And your drive weren't showing. As soon as I started probing and probed there, pushing your pin down slightly, it jumped straight back up. So it just could be your connector problem on there, which is now causing it. Well, that could have been an issue which was causing it, and if it was doing that, it's made the controller on your old drive overwork to try and keep on working and boost everything, and that could have been what burnt your whole drive out as well. So, do you know what I'm saying? There could be contributing factors, more than one problem. But yeah, I would have checked all these because I've got my meter up here which checks them all. These would have all been checked the other day, so that was working fine, which probably then does explain maybe if you are carrying it, why it was working here, and when you took it back, it maybe didn't work because if the cable was slightly loose or one of the pins is slightly loose, If you see where I'm going with that, yeah.
Right.
So we'll try a cold. So we'll turn it off and see where it is. I'd give the PC a full power down, drain, power unplug. Yeah, plug back in and check again. Yeah. Handy BIOS. Yeah. So let's do it like they say. I'll just give it a power down, guys. Drain all power. So these pins on here come directly from your power supply. Okay, so they all kind of do similar things but different things. So you've got some grounds which are your 0 volt. You've got your 12, your 5, your 12, and your 3, your 12, and your 5, which are the first 3 on that side. And you've got some switching ones which detect when certain things are happening. And you've got your 12 volt here for your power supply, and obviously 12 volt for your GPU, because they take a lot more current. So the first pin, when I touched it, it jumped up to 3.3 from 2.9, because I saw that on screen. It went straight up. So what we'll try, we've drained the power supply now, because if there's a problem with voltage regulator in there, that could be giving a false reading there. So we're not going to touch that. We're just going to do that, drain it, and give it what we call cold start, cold boot.
Okay.
To do that. Sorry if I'm sounding like a teacher.
No. That's all good.
Right, this is just a cold boot. This now, gents. We'll see if we can get into the BIOS. I've not touched the power supply to the board. I've only just got into the power supply, drained all the power and everything else. So we'll just keep an eye out. Bottom right hand corner in the advanced menu, it should tell us the CPU. 3.3 come up, 3.34 volts. Can you see it down here?
Yeah.
So if we go to advanced and we have a look at NVMEs, it's not showing in there.
Right.
I think it's that connector.
Okay.
But it's one of these. It could be that. It still could be something else.
Yeah.
But until we've negated why that was, so we'll give that connector a push down, and it'll just be a case of pushing individual pins down with something pointy, which will be one of these plastic things here. So I'll push it 3 down, because that was the one that I touched and it came back up. So in there, I'll just show you. So in here, you have that's your connector. So your orange one is your 3.3. So there's a gold or brass thing there, which basically slips over the top of a pin which is in your board. And sometimes what can happen, you get pin creep. So if these aren't fitted too well, there is kind of a barb on there which should hold it in place. But obviously when you push these in, these can push out, and if they're not fitted too well, they can push out of place. They are slightly all different levels anyway, because of manufacturing tolerances. So all I've literally did, as soon as I touched in there, your 3.3 came back up.
Right.
So I'm hoping by pushing it down, which is what I've done with that in there, it's located it a bit more. But there's more than one plug which comes in with 3.3 as well.
Right.
As you can see, there's more than one orange wire. So it could be a problem with your power supply.
Okay.
Because those numbers on there directly read what comes from your power supply, not from your board. If there was a problem with something on your board, and there was something partially short, like a resisted short, you would see the big current drain, because what it would be doing, it would be taking that electricity and putting it to ground, to 0. So it would actually be drawing more current. It would get to its current maximum level, and then it would be starting to drop voltage, basically because it can't give enough, so it starts to get weak. So you would see it with that. But we weren't seeing any current drain on there either.
Right.
And there'd be no reason why a physical push or touch should alter it unless it was a bad connection. Yeah. I'm just trying to explain theory about what I'm doing, if you know what I mean.
And is there something that could be done to stop it from?
Pushing it in.
Just keep pushing it.
Well, not just keep pushing it in. By rights, I've never. I mean, guys. I mean, has anybody ever known that where it's just an individual pin doing it? I've never come across it like that before. So whether the good thing is some people in chat have do exactly the same as this and might have come across it. We'll just turn that off. Yeah, it's off now. Push that down with metal tweezers. So, I mean, ultimately, if it keeps on doing it, we can try another power supply. But just for the sake of one pin, there's probably not much point trying another power supply. It might just be in a bad connection. I'm going to spray it with some cleaner as well, just to see. But the thing is, I've left it turned off now, so hopefully That'll help as well. We'll give it a blow. Put it on mute 2 seconds, guys. Let's give it a cold boot. We'll do repeat test with cold boot. And there. So we'll get back onto that screen. We'll get ready to post. And we will press on. You see what they're saying. Don't just assume it could be fixed. It still could have another issue. Boot to Windows and check all the works as it should. Yeah, Silvac, what it was actually doing was just not detecting it in BIOS, which means it just weren't booting to Windows. So it weren't such a boot issue for Windows. It was an issue with the drive not even being seen in the BIOS, and that was the thing as well. But we will boot into Windows as well, and we'll do some testing. Nick's seen it before on other systems, yeah. Yeah, generally Corsair are a better manufacturer, aren't they? Loose pin on PSU plug, yeah. Yeah, I think they're all agreeing that they have. A couple of them have seen it before. So you're right, me booting into Windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. But voltage is back up at 3.34. We can test it manually, which we'll have a look just to double check. Glasses on, so I can see what I'm doing. In there, touch there, and we have 3.3. Close enough, 3.352. And it's reporting us 3.34. There's just a bit of discrepancy between meters and readings, that's all. So you can see even manual reading is coming back on that pin is okay. So we'll boot into Windows and we will see where that goes. Windows Boot Manager. I'm okay logging into your Windows on stream? Yeah, brilliant. We'll run a quick stress and benchmark, give it some heat, give it some testing on the power supply. Because if it is, I don't think it's a power supply issue, but just in case it is, it will show us on here. We've got the HDMI so we can see what we're doing. We'll get our little test disc in. And that holds us there. Oh, your base 0 hours. Hey, thanks, Arkanoid. Okay, so let's just close Discord. Close Discord. And let's get some stress testing done. You okay? We're doing stress testing?
Yeah.
Brilliant. And diagnostics. We'll run OCCT, so I can do a power profile test on it as well. Love that background. That's really. Does it move as well? Let's change the colour. Yeah.
It's the only one because I've got 2 monitors that are different resolutions, and it's the only one that kind of stretches across both without it looking weird.
Ah, got you. Is it Bing wallpaper? Live wallpaper?
Yeah, wallpaper engine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how much of your resources that uses, you know.
Yeah.
It uses quite a bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, the pin what looked at fault is basically that, as you look at it like that, the top left, that's your 3.3 going in. This test I'll do now, it can cause them to fail even if it is healthy. This is going to be a power test to kind of really. I'll tell you what I did there. I didn't copy it to desktop. Is it coming up? Yeah, coming up. It's going to fail this one. Task manager. Let me just close that down. PCDD and diagnostics. Pull that memory stick which is at fault on there. No, it is. I'll stick that one in. Right. There you go. Okay. Yeah, my memory stick. That memory stick needs rewriting. And diagnostics down here. This is a free piece of software. You're more than welcome to download it yourself. It's free for you to test all your system with if you want to use it. Just be a bit careful if you are doing that. His computer is in good hands. Thanks, James. Lead farmer. Lead farmer. This, Arnold, you'll remember this one. This is the gentleman who came last week and we rewrote the BIOS on this one because thought it was a BIOS issue. We did the BIOS between us, if you recall. Well, you did the BIOS, I rewrote it. Had the same problem when he got back. And we've just discovered, Arnold, that his 3.3 volt rail from his power supply was low, and it looked like it was disabling his NVMe. Yeah, it was. If you just rewind video 10 minutes, you'll see it. It was detecting at It should have been 3.34 volts, which is 3.3 rail, which it is now, but it was coming back as 2.9. I pushed the 3.3 pin on the ATX connector, and it's gone straight back up, and not failed since. So it's looking like it was just a slight loose connection on his power lead. Whether that's caused the old hard drive to fail as well because of the overwork it was trying to do to maybe boost the voltage up to keep on working, probably caused the old one to die and overheat. Yeah, SSD's fine. New SSD in it, so it's absolutely fine. I'll do a disk check on it as well just to see. Just while this is loading, we'll do a quick disk check on it, just make sure it's not causing any damage to his new one. Diagnostics and crystal disk info. No, fresh install. Yeah, this is the. Was yours the? Is it a PC Specialist? Yours the branded one?
I can't remember.
Yeah,
I think it might be.
Yeah, I think this is the one, Alan. If you remember, it were a PC Specialist or something like that, and you found the Asus BIOS, and you transferred all the serial numbers and everything over, and I rewrote it back to this one. This is the one. Yeah, this is my USB flash drive at the moment, which is having issues. So I'm going to give the computer a restart because it does seem to be just struggling with that. But this is my memory stick. So I'll give that a quick restart. Restart anyway. Yeah. Yeah, it's not even doing it in there. Yeah, custom board. It was, yeah. Yeah, the burst. It's the stock cooler what's on here. The Assassin will work so much better, but in fairness, I think from what use it's getting, the temperatures were quite where they needed to be. So it should be okay with that. Right, let's just get this booted back up. I'm just going to check the BIOS while it is booting just to make sure. So yeah, what it was, Arnold, in here, we'll see when we get into the BIOS, you'll see what I mean. I think it was next to Nate and then Nick both spotted it. We've got a F7. The 3.3 in the bottom right hand corner was coming back as 2.9 volts and in red, so it was clearly low. And all I did was push the pin down, it came back up. Right, so we're back into this. My USBs are proving temperamental today, so that's some of the issue I'm having. Open. I don't know which one, whether that went right one or wrong one, but we'll go in there and copy Diagnostics software. We'll get that one on the desktop. And that there. Yes. Copy, and then we'll run it from the desktop because it might work a little bit quicker because my USB is not happy. Done. We'll get this run from here. Task Manager. Just while OCT is loading. Right, so do you want me to turn some of these things off, Jake? So it doesn't. Do you use Steam every single time you turn your computer on?
No. So are those the things that auto start?
Basically, yeah. It won't.
I haven't had a chance to change them. Normally, I wouldn't. I think I used to have them all off.
Yeah.
I think since I've downloaded them, I've not had a chance to.
Yeah. Problem is, if you leave them all on, it does eat some resource up, and unless you use them every single solitary time, I usually say just turn them off.
I don't like anything to pop up.
So we'll turn them off, and then it won't stop them working. It'll just mean you've got to. It might take 2 seconds to load rather than half a second to load.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
So we will say no to that because I don't want that one, and we'll say yes to that one. Okie dokie. Click on HDMI. I think once online gets updated, it'll run better. Yeah, probably needs. I mean, there was some updates out last Thursday. We've been first Thursday in month because that's when Microsoft push them out, isn't it? Accept. So we're going to do a power test on here. What this power test will do, it'll basically turn everything up to 11 to really stress your power supply, which is where we want it really to put the effort. So it will get hot. Your fans will spin. It might even crash your computer. You're replacing a little radiator on it. Wow. Subaru Legacy. Right, so if we watch here, this is your power, what your CPU is using. So your CPU is running about 100 watts, or just over 100 watts. You can hear the fan going up straight away, and these will be your temps down here. So it's running at 80 degrees C. It's not the best cooler because it's a standard cooler. It'll do the job, but what you'll find is your CPU will turn its performance down because it's getting too hot. So instead of it being able to sit at 4 gigahertz, for example, because it's too hot, it'll turn itself down to 3.5 to keep temperature under control. So if you put a better cooler on, you can basically run faster for a lot longer. I mean, ultimately, they generally all hit some type of thermal throttling. Is it an Oncule engine or something like that in the Mazda? Is that the offset one with 3 cylinders? So your CPU is actually getting up to the point of 98 degrees when we're pushing it. So what you'll see here, if we had speed up 3.8, it'll be turning it down now to regulate it. So to get maximum performance, you would need to change your what do you call it? But for casual gaming, it's going to do the job. It's just when you start chasing every single last piece of thing. So we sat at 3.8. If we started that test again, that might clock to 4.2, for example, then it'll drop itself back down a little bit. But it's still adequate overall cores. We pull in 170 watts on your graphics card, and your RAM's pulling some as well. Right, so that's not made it. That'll have got everything nice and toasty within your power supply and everything else. So we're going to do a cold shutdown. So basically shut it down to 0 and then just give it a reboot and make sure your 3.3 is still present. And if your 3.3 is still present, I think as a thing to try, because obviously it's working, we'll get back into your BIOS. Just make sure it's constrained to Windows anyway. So obviously our drive is working. So what do you think?
Well,
it's working.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see exactly what I've done.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I won't say simple, but sometimes it's finding problem rather than anything else. So I would suggest probably trying that, because obviously I can't repair now what's working.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any point in repairing RAM, because that power test actually didn't come back as any errors with RAM. I don't think there's any point changing CPU or motherboard at this point, because that might have solved the problem. Mm-hmm. So it's up to you which way you want to go with it. You can leave it with me and I can keep turning it on and off.
Yeah, I mean, I can take it back. The thing is, if I leave now, I won't be able to come back for like another. Actually, no. Well, I'm in Donny for a few days.
Don't worry, because it's obviously I'm aware, so even if you come back in 2 months and say it's still doing it,
Yeah.
I'm not going to shut down your face.
Yeah.
I'm not like that at all. So if you want to take it and do it, and hopefully that'll sort the problem. If by any chance it does fail, I'll show you what you just need to press down. You can use any type of like cocktail stick or something like that. Don't use anything metal if you can avoid it unless it's unplugged. And just try that. And if it does then rectify it, if it does happen again, it might be then worth looking at, see if we can do something with that. But I think ultimately it might be a case then of I might be able to heat the pin up slightly and push it down so it's got a better thing in there, but there's very little you can do to them.
Right.
Very little you can do.
So can that whole bit be replaced?
Yeah, the power supply can be replaced.
But is it the power supply that's the issue, or is it the pins going in?
It's the pin, well, it looks like it's the plug. I very much doubt whether it's the pins because they're just a vertical piece of metal. Right. It's because in the motherboard you have a vertical one, and obviously the power supply is a female version of it. So it'll be that one which is not making good contact. You often get it on laptops where it's the piece inside the PC, it's the other way around on a laptop, which kind of loses its springiness to grip. So it loses that ability. So it'll be that on the actual plug which isn't gripping. Hopefully that sorted it. But if that is the case and it needs a new power supply, it's then a case of having to put a new power supply in it. So we can cross that bridge. But I would be reluctant because they're such a good power supply. Corsair are brilliant. If you've got your original receipt, they're guaranteeing for, I think, either 8 or 10 years.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I did. I mean,
did you buy it online?
Yeah, my uncle sorted everything because I was quite. It was a few years ago when I didn't know anything about PCs, so he picked it out and
as I say, it's not an issue. Even if you take it away and you ring me in a week and say it's doing the same and that hasn't sorted it, because I'll show you which pin to do. If it doesn't sort it, and then you're not back for a couple of months, it's fine. We'll get it sorted when we come back.
So, because is that a long-term solution to keep just pushing it in if it works?
No. I would say if it's constantly going, it needs replacing.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not saying we'll do that long term. Yeah. What I'm saying is because it's working now. If it then does fail again on you, just try that simple thing what I've done, which is pushing it down. If that fixes it, we've kind of highlighted it to be that as the.
And then do you think I should come back?
Yeah, then you can come back.
Okay.
And I can, because what I might be able to do is take that out and squeeze it down a little bit.
Yeah.
And then that might give it a bit more grip, and then that's trying it again. But there's no point trying a load of stuff unless we definitely know it's that.
Yeah. Okay.
If you see.
That's all right. Yeah.
If you kind of see the logic behind that, so we'll shut your computer down. And go to there and do shut down. But yeah, even if you're not back around here for a couple of months, just give us a shout and I'll sort it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry at all. Rest assured. So the bit if you stick your head over here, I will show you the bit thing you can use. I mean, I use them as well, but I would suggest something like cocktail stick. So as you're looking at it from there, it's the top left-hand corner pin.
Yeah.
And all I simply did was put something in and push it down. I used one of these little plastic spudgers. You can take one of these by all means, but I don't think they're quite. Oh no, it's not a plastic spudger. That one. I don't think they're quite long enough. That's why I end up using tweezers. So just basically push it in like that, and it just pushes the metal. You can see the brass thing right at the bottom there. And it just pushes it down onto the pin. And that's all it was. But by all means, you can take that with you and give that. Do you want a blue one or a black one?
Oh, take the black one.
Take the black one. There we go. There we go. Take that one. Right, where did I put your glass? Put your glass up here, didn't I? Oh. Screws are there. I'm going to give you one more boot just to double check now, because we've just poked it and prodded it, just to make sure we have not poked and prodded it loose, because that's the last thing we want to do, innit? Poke and prod it loose. Ouch, my head. Plug in, turn on, get the keyboard plugged in, because we'll need to shut it down, so we'll just keep an eye out in the bottom right hand corner on there. If it boots into Windows, it's still doing it, and it looks like it's gonna. Yep, looks like it's gone straight into Windows. So we'll shut this down, because obviously if it wasn't going into Windows, we would have the same shut down, shut down. Let that shut down and go off. All done. That one, that one, that one. I'd love to say nice, quick and easy one, but sometimes it's getting to problem rather than hotels. Right. But yeah, let us know how you get on with it. Drop us a text in a couple of weeks if you've not had any issues, and then at least I know it's all sorted.
All right,
no worries at all. Have a good day. Mind the rain. You got the door?
Yeah.
All right, see you later, Jay. Oh, yeah, I'm going to say microphone, but I put it on here, didn't I? Yeah, I've got it. All right. See you later. Right, sorry, guys. That was... Oh, glad they got all that sorted. Tape it inside. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Use pencil eraser inside. Yeah, the GPU error. I did see that come up. I didn't really pay much attention to it. The GPU, I'd done it under a firmware test before, and it was working absolutely fine. It was pulling right things and everything else. But it was erroring under OCCT. But that version of OCCT, what I was using is a year or so old. So I think it was just a compatibility issue because firmware was running fine. I will fix it. Yeah. Right, so that one's done. That's a nice one just to get buttoned off for him. Because once I'd done the drive, obviously, it was concerned that it hadn't fixed it, and I just said to him, look, I'm not a fly-by-night company. You've seen my reputation online. I'm not going to leave you high and dry. I'm prepared to do your replace your board, your RAM, your CPU, if it's needed. I have a spare power supply, so I can put another power supply in as well. But I think what I might do is put him a spare power supply in, because I've got another Corsair one there. Put him that one in, and then just try and mend that one, because I think that as well. So yeah, nice quick fix. More to appease the customer really on that Arkanoid. Hey up in Yorkshire for AI. Job's a good one. Older one. But yeah. Right, so let's do that. We're going to go back to this laptop. Did I get this laptop done? I can't remember. Did I finish this laptop? Oh, I need to see if wireless keyboard and mouse works with this laptop down there. Let's get this wireless keyboard and mouse, and then I need to ring the lady. Ring the lady and say, what do you want doing? Because I've not even told her that this is kind of the plan to do this. What batteries does it need? Is it AAA? Grab a AAA battery. One AAA for the keyboard. Or is it two AAAs for the keyboard? Can't see. No, one AAA for the keyboard. Put that back over. Nice keyboard, this. Nice 10p keyboard. Wireless keyboard and mouse, 10p. 50 of them for a £5. Obviously you can't always fall on a bargain. Oh, that's a AA. That's good, isn't it? You get AAA in one and AA in the other. Wonderful. Thanks for that. Take it all back. What do you want for 10p? I want more than that. Get that in the right way. And get the receiver out. You've got the receiver hidden in the mouse. Very nice. It's a DC11 mouse. Wonderful. Battery we need to do as well. Let's see if we can jump start the battery to life. Okay. Let's plug that in there. Ooh, Windows 7. We've just got an on and off button on. It's raining again. He timed that well. It had stopped raining by the time he came to the door, and it started raining when he got back. So he did time that well. I don't even know whether this will work with Windows 11. Windows 7, sorry. Let's hope so. OCC power supply test maxed out. CPU and GPU all together. Not something you encounter on everyday use. But if the system were absolutely stable, no errors should occur on that test. Yeah, I know. I've had it a couple of times where it does fall down for driver errors. Sometimes when power management on Windows hasn't correctly been installed. I've had that when power deliveries on ACHPI, is it APACI, whatever it's called, in Device Manager. And I found if I update those, it can stop it crashing. Did you check the keys after cleaning the connectors? I had checked the keys after cleaning the connectors and still didn't get the... Well, the P held itself down and the M didn't work. What none are in the case for £2 shocking? Okay, actually, it's a good point. For 10 pence, you'd expect batteries, wouldn't you? Well, mouse is working. Do. Right, we need to see if we can get this Wi-Fi working for this lady. I might need your help with this because it's installing driver software. Woohoo! Microscope up. Let's get this on HDMI. I've spent far too long on this morning. Right, is that the same message as before? Yep, still doing the same message as before. I need to pop for a pee, guys. Just give me 2 ticks. I'm going to take microphone. Blinking freezing. Oh, format restart now. Your computer needs to do something to apply some updates. I'm clever. Right, mouse is working at least. Do that. Mute. No. My bingo card is adapter is disabled. PC could work. Yeah, the problem with it, Arnold, she's got software on it that she cannot lose. So that's the only reason. It's not the PC. We've moved this from the Windows Vista machine, which is the one which it was in. It was on a Sony Vaio Windows Vista machine, which has been upgraded to Windows 7, but the Sony Vaio's dead. So we're just trying to get the drive working so the customer can, get back up and running for a business. And this is the closest thing available for the age profile. So we're not putting in an ultra modern computer and struggling with maybe drivers and things like that. Yeah, I could clone the drive. It's cost, Arnold. That's all it is. Yeah, I have noticed that, Nick. It is bright orange. I did notice that as well. Which means the Wi-Fi should be on. But for whatever reason, it's not coming on. Yeah, I've tried that as well with the. Sorry, I was drinking my protein shake. I've tried that with the function key to try and get it to turn on. It just didn't want to work. So function that, yeah, not coming on. If we click on there, I'm going to troubleshoot. I don't know how good Windows 7. I can make it stay on. Take pin 20 and 21, forget. Blue is on. Let's check the BIOS version. In fairness, I'm as long as I get the hard drive working, I'm just gonna get it working. I'm going to try and get the battery taking some power. So I'm going to take the battery out and probably overvolt the battery just to see if I can kick this out of the battery. Because the battery is saying 100% health, but it's not charging. Oh, you mean for Wi-Fi ACPI switch? Yeah, it could be. Because the drivers are installed. Why say capability is turned off? Right. Why say capability is turned off? So how do I turn it on? I've tried both, Nick, yeah. If I just, that's just the button, still orange. If I do function, oh wait there, I'll tell you why. I don't know whether F12's not working on keyboard. That's the problem. F12 on keyboard's not working. I'm using wireless keyboard, aren't I? F12 on that keyboard is not working. Viola, yep. So we now should be able to see, there we go. We can see a list of those. So that is okay. Mouse is working, and I'm presuming keyboard is working. Letter P, yeah, and letter M, and 1, 2, 3, yeah, everything's working. So this computer has a faulty keyboard, don't save, and she has all her software now working. So keyboard F12 issue, yes. Yeah, there's a few. Letter P, letter M. It's really bizarre, Arnold. Really bizarre. If I, with the onboard keyboard, let's see if I can put this up. And this is how bizarre it is. Let's do this big screen. So if I type 1, 2, oh, it's doing it now. Right, P's not working. That's letter P. Right, all that row's working. Right, M's not working. So P and M are the two keys which aren't working. But also the up and down, well, the cursors are now working. So it's just P and M which aren't working. And maybe a selection of the others. So they just might need a squirt. Should give it a squirt, and am I just creating a problem? Because, you know, if I squirt it and something else stops working, oh, it's just one of them, isn't it? She's got a wireless keyboard and mouse that I'm giving her. Let's give it a squirt. I've checked ribbon. I've cleaned ribbon cable as well. Yeah, it's. I think it's just the two keys. The ribbon cable is extremely dirty. So it could. It could just be an issue with that. Oh, it takes me back to my Daily Thompson decathlon days on ZX Spectrum. We had to do running with two fingers like that. Tapping two keys like trying to get into a BIOS. Do that wide, and I'll give it a quick blow with my blower. Yes, contact cleaner. Do you know what? I've said this several times on my stream. This contact cleaner is amazing. 76p a can it cost me when I bought it. It's gone up a bit now, about £1.20. 500 mils, and it is absolutely brilliant. I've given a couple of these out to other creators as well. Jay Fitz has got some, and he'll tell you how good it is as well. It is brilliant, brilliant, brilliant stuff. I've nearly run out now, and I need to buy some more. But yeah, you can only buy it in large quantities generally. But if you are in this business and you want some recommended contact cleaner, you can't get, for me, can't get better than that. Really good, really cheap. Yeah, it is very expensive. It's all similar stuff as well. All similar, very similar stuff as well. But that I have found to be absolutely excellent. Excellent contact cleaner. You can literally spray it on live electronics as well, which what I like. So I'm going to turn this down to number 2. This might be a bit noisy, gents. Back off. Right, let's see if we've got power. Right, let's see if we can get a picture. It's rainstorm is in the south. Oh, battery is not working, so we'll address that in a tick. Right, enter now. Enter, escape the menu. Now was that enter what's not now? Now not working, have we just made it worse? Yeah, it's certainly moving down the country. It is an interesting fact, and I'll leave you to make your own decision about this. Do you know when we were empires, we were ruled by emperors? When we were kingdoms, we were ruled by kings. Now we're a country. What do you think we're ruled by? Leave that to you to make your own mind up. You saw where that we're going, did you, Nater? Other countries, yeah. Somebody banging out here. Oh, beautiful sunshine now. Now that right, that is yes, I skipped it. Woohoo! I wish I could get rid of that screen. But it's basically saying, I think he said check this because it's too full. Anyway, we are back on here. So let's bring this simple task up. Right. We'll see if we have got any further with letter P. P's working, M's still not working, but P is now working. Letter M is not working. So letter M is the missing keyboard at the moment. Yes, letter M. So let's give it a quick tickle with a bit more juice. That's letter N. Oh, because I made it wrong key. Yeah, I don't think M's going to work. Mouse is working, so that's another good news. So far, it is just letter M. And no matter how hard I press, M's not working. F12 working now. No, F12 is still... Oh! Yes, F12 is now working. We have a working F12. But we don't have... stick that in. I can't get in. Oh, well. There we go. Need to move on from this. Spent far too long doing this. Computer. Diagnostics. Diag. Keyboard test. Keyboard. So I'm going to punch the keyboards and we will see which ones are working. They go orange if they work. Yeah, volume's working. So the only things which aren't working are the F12 is now working. Scroll lock, I don't know where it is on here. But as you can see, the only keyboard key which isn't lit up after everything is opening is the letter M for mother. Yeah, battery is showing charging and it's showing 100% health. It's just annoying why letter M is the only one not working. But caps locks is working, you can see. And I presume that's number lock up here, wherever number lock is on the keyboard. Probably not got a number lock, which I don't know which button that is. You know, you could click them. But anyway, yeah, the letter M is the one which is not working. The battery, we're going to try and overvolt this, so we'll leave it switched on, and I'll just pop the battery out. So battery is showing charging AC, charge capacity 0, and health 100%. I probably think it's probably dropped below the recommended amount. So we'll pop the battery out, we'll get the power supply on it, and we'll see if we can kick it into some form of action and life. Right. So it is a 10.8 volt battery, and my clips aren't going to work down there, so I'm going to have to improvise this a little with a couple of knife blades. That's what I normally use. And when I find my other knife blade, find my other knife, should I say? Just sat there. You need Steve's trusty charger. Yeah, I need more than that. I've actually found a vape, so I can. I've been looking all over. A vape, so I can make one of his trusty chargers. So I'm imagining the inside and the outside are the two polarities. So we'll stick one in there. These are just simple scalpel blades, so I can measure voltage. So I use them just as a whatchamacallit. And we'll see what's what. See if we've got any. We do have. Right, I think that is the correct polarity. So I think left is positive. Mind those digits, I know. They are sharp blades as well, because they're new blades. So I think if we try a bit of current down there, on the outer two, we'll get the power supply rigged up. We'll get the power supply turned on. We'll get the power supply rigged up with a bit of voltage. HP batteries have a SP pin. Is that the timing pin? Not the timing, the clock pin, to make sure it's working. This is a bit of a pain. I've got to close my multimeter down to get my. This is nothing to do with the software. It's to do with the COM ports on the computer. They're just not like talking to each other if something is already using the COM port. Well, the customer was supposed to be coming up this morning at COM port 5 at 10 o'clock. Still hasn't. 9:15, sorry, still hasn't shown. Or contact me, and I've got his computer sat outside. It's not like it's for any other reason apart from he's supposed to be coming to do it. Yeah, I don't think it would do anything. I'm just going to try and push some voltage down it. Right, for whatever reason, I can't get my meter to. Multimeter back on. I'll be if I actually switch the multimeter back on, won't it? I'm a clown. Yeah, there's not a great deal on that. Right, right, so we are back on there. Let's see if we can get this on COM port 5 link. No. Let me just boot that once more. See if we can get that back up and running. I'm just trying to get the power supply software running. If not, I'll just use it manually and just tell you what it's doing. No, not going to do it. So I'll just have to tell you what it's doing. So I'm going to get the power, and see if we can just bang a bit of current in it with my trusty clips and charging leads. So we're going to set this to 60 volts in memory of Cartho. It's a 12 volt battery. So we'll set this to, we don't want that, we'll set it to 1 amp, and we'll set that to voltage being 11 volts, 11.5 volts, which is just a bit above there, and we'll do set. So we're at 11 volts, 1 amp, and it is working, and we should have I suspect, as said above, negative and switch on or system present need to be, yeah, it needs to be bridged. It's whichever one is the, whichever one it is, isn't it? I just don't know which one it's going to be. Oh, no. I'm not going to set back off again because it's a nightmare to get back off. I've seen some people jump pins on HPs. I guess it's OS of SP, yeah. Yeah, the NLBA one is the thing. Google HP, yeah, that's a good point. Google HP pin out. HP, ooh. HP battery pin out. HP battery pin out. Ahaha. Right, the switch is right, according to that, according to this, it is, when the pictures come up from Battery University. Number 6. Yeah. Visit. Oh, Reddit. Brilliant. That's a Dell battery. HP, and it's brought me a Dell battery up. Brilliant Google, isn't it? Brilliant. How many pins is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pin out diagram. That one there. Here we go. That's a Dell. That's the one we want. Visit. Yeah, performing security check. It's a Russian website. That is exactly the same battery. Wonderful. Right, so that's the picture. So if we're working on that picture there, that's positive. The third one in is negative. If I test that, we should get some type of reading. Getting nothing. And then we have C5D6 What's yellow and green? The left pin's a plus, which is what I've just measured it. That's the 840 battery, which is what? That's per chapter 7 and it gives you a report back. Here we go. Now that's... Right, so pin 1, which is what I had, because this is the 840 battery CS03XL, which is... Can't see the model number of this. 2012, this battery. Yellow and green. Yeah, it's just 4 and 8, 3 and 8. But which one do I need to ground then? Is it clock you need to ground? So I've got them correct. So 3 and 4 are clock and data. Yeah, but it's not taking any current. But they've got theirs rigged up differently. But that is a different battery, I will say. But I think if we look at the, because I'm not pulling any current, but if we look at the meter now, which is all over the place, I appreciate. If we put the pins on like so, at least it's going into some type of positive. Okay? So I think that's why orientation, right? If you put them on that way, it's coming into a negative. So I do think that that one is definitely positive and that one's negative. Yellow's data, blue's clock. Okay, but it doesn't like it as a look like it has an SP. But if I put some current on them, which is sat here, just not taking any current at all. I'm at 1 amp and 13.5 volts there. Nothing. Yeah, they have hooked it up to an analyzer box on that one. Yeah, it's not taking any current at all on that. Now, according to Battery University, they've got one on their page, which looks to be the same battery as well, which says the switch pin is there, but the negative and ground are completely opposite. So I think that's the wrong type of battery because it didn't show you the battery on there. It's definitely an 8 pin. Oh, bear me 2 seconds ago, I got somebody at the door. Right, gents, sorry, I'm going to have to shoot. Somebody needs me next door. So I'm going to have to just wrap this up. I know it's really inopportune moment. But I'm going to wrap this up and we will come back. I'll probably get this done off stream, in fairness, guys. So sorry for the very quick, abrupt singing. I just need to shoot off and get this done. And then I've got a school run in 45 minutes as well. So I will keep you informed and I'll let you know. I might stream tomorrow, actually, because I've got quite a few bits and bobs happening and floating. So might pick this one up tomorrow morning. I will have a word with this customer, see what she wants to do. But yeah, I might stream again tomorrow morning and see what it is. I only got 10 more subs, what I need for me 1,000 as well. So that'd be really good. So yeah, I might do a video on it. I don't really. Do you know the problem with videos, Arnold? If I do a video on it and I do it wrong several times on video, I think I get away with it more on live streams, as opposed to a VOD, because people are a lot more critical on VODs. They expect everything to be right because some of them are edited just so they're right. But anyway, guys. Shall I ain't got time to do a redirect because I need to go shoot and do this. But thank you very much for everybody who is tuning in. Thank you very much to all my loyal support. Thank you very much to the people who have hit that subscribe button as well. 990 subs. Still 10 short of me 1,000, but thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who's helped. And next Nate and Nick as well for spotting that voltage on that other customer's laptop. But again, thanks a lot. I will let you know how we get on with this one, and I'll catch everyone tomorrow if I stream tomorrow. See you later, guys. Take care. Bye-bye now.